There we go.
Teenage Wasteland.
Excellent. What a good introduction.
Well, I thought the most appropriate introduction music is always The Who,
Mhm.
as I have learned from watching Crime Scene Investigation in its various capacities over the years.
Okay,
The audio works.
good. Thank you. That's
Yes, I can confirm
Yes.
the audio does appear to work.
good. Pleased that you did that for me, Alexander.
I was waiting for the advert to disappear.
No problem. Good, good. We're all good. We're all good. Okay, so good hello. I'll type that as well, because I guess that's a thing that I do.
From time to time.
From time to time. Good hello. Welcome to The Invasion, session 35. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 3rd of February somehow of 2021. Here are the players.
Hi everyone, my name's Gregor. I play Adair, who is a air genasi, so he looks a bit on the blue side, but he's quite a happy fellow, despite the aspect he rolls terribly.
My name's Dylan, and I'm playing a changeling who's currently in the form of Xarxus, the bard.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Ah, yes. I forgot there are only 4 of us. Hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanker, the dwarven priesty clericy druid man guy.
That guy.
Man, guy, person, thing, dude. Got it.
Fail.
Dwarf.
Lad.
Lad. All around lad. Yes, you're completely
Absolute
right.
lad.
Good, you spotted the mistake. It is session 38, not 35, 38. I probably said 35 as well, but
What's
we'll edit it in post.
forward? I don't know.
38. The 8 with the 30. Oh well. Well, game's a bogey, I guess. We broke it. Doesn't work anymore.
Session's ruined.
Yeah, I mean,
It's over, guys.
There goes-
down the drain.
there goes my motivation to run the game now.
Shot.
Got like a deck of cards here if you want to play something.
So about that Doom game.
Yeah, right. It's so weird because I always have to like re-enunciate it and say Dune instead of what I would like to say, which is June, is how I pronounce it.
You could just pronounce it like that and everyone would know what you meant anyway.
Yeah, but it's, I don't know, part of it bugs me and part of it's inbuilt to me, so I'm like, June. But that's a month. Like, I know, but it's also like Dune. You know, anyway. Dune. Dune, you know, of one. Anyway, so what do you remember from last time? That would be session 37,
Nothing.
not session 34. Okay, nothing. Good. That's a good start. So Vanguard remembers nothing.
Stuff.
Yeah, there's a bit of info dump from Canty.
Yeah. Good old Warren Canty.
Trying to decide on how to save his sister.
If she even
We're coming up
saved,
with
yeah.
10 out of 10 strategies so far.
I think our strategy has been just to go there and do it.
Turn up
Which is more
and see what happens.
It's not a bad strategy.
No, that is
Do
in
it.
fact that is a pretty god awful strategy. To be
Yeah,
honest.
we'll just fly by the seat of our pants.
Again? Oh dear. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Welcome to the fan base, Scott. And look, it's Tilda with a fan. Never gets old. I've even got notes for session 37. Dear gods.
good hello to you.
Yay. Good hello.
I'm gonna make a joke and tell what happened in session 34,
Okay, do you want to go for it?
but that was the one I missed.
Well, that would be a great joke. Yeah, that was a pretty good one actually. That was when they learned about Optera and Iskanos Thaki
The
having a wee
aristocrat.
fight. Having a wee fight. There was a bunch of XP gained in that one as well. Actually, that was good. And then for 35, pretty much go to the Withered Spoon. It seems. Have a wee chat again. Get some drinking competition on the go. 36 was leaving Otior with instructions in an abandoned building. Fleabite bonded with Falcon, I wrote down. I don't know what the truth to that statement is, but it's there.
That was the "Have you met Dylan?"
Which isn't that far up in the like. What do you call it?
Your favorite.
The O20. Sorry. Yep, because I think you reposted it from last time. Have you met Dylan?
Because there were so few rolls from session 37.
You can say season 37. It feels like that sometimes. And then you've
Oh.
got.
I read it as season 37.
I often type season before I type like delete and type session when I'm trying to put in the titles. What else have we got here? What else happened? So that was 36. Tonan met with Xarxus. Yeah. He wasn't happy about his name being used. Yeah. Gotta love the spoiled brat that is Tonan. Then Cantor Belem turned up and was like, "Let's go rescue my sister!" And then session 37 was literally just, "But how do we do that?" And that's literally
Yep.
that's it. That's
No one could agree.
I still don't.
yeah. So
So far, it's going to be the three of us.
yeah.
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 Adair has other things.
Yeah.
Well, the plan is to get her to help.
I am curious to see if when you leave Evershades, if that ever happens, right? I'm calling it Evershades now. Evershade. The Evershades, welcome, retire here if you're rich and come from here originally. That's their motto. And
Like, go around.
Human.
yeah, and if you leave Evershade as a group and you're still leader, I'm wondering, Gregor, if you'll still find ways to get Adair to have his own separate minigame.
Possibly. I mean, there's always a cave. There's always caves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying this in full light of Fleabite having his own campaign as well. You know, yous are both quite bad for it sometimes. But that's fine. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You know,
We don't mean to be.
just
it
try and
just
buddy up
happens.
with people next time, okay? Try and take some of the other players with you sometime.
We want to have fun too.
Yeah, right. Where's all those fun adventures? Although to be fair,
Via definitely had like 3 episodes on her own.
you mean a date that lasted 3 hours. So yes, 3 episodes on her own. I'm not even kidding. I think that's all fact. I think it was like about an hour of 3 different sessions, each. That is, totaling to 3 hours for this random date run on. But that's how you recruit NPCs, folks. That's how you recruit them.
Hey, so maybe I should let you two go on it, and I'll try to find Cynthia and recruit her to help us ruin the way.
Ooh.
I don't know if
We
the
didn't
plan's.
discuss that as an idea.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the few assets that wasn't discussed. Possibly because is she an asset?
Is she real? Is Xarxus insane? Wait, did we confirm that at one point? Didn't she interact with someone? Yeah, she interacted with another NPC. That's right.
She
I
picked
think.
things up off of stalls you went back to, looked at, and paid for. So
And I said something about my, yeah, I mentioned her, and I was like, sorry, she just had sticky fingers or something.
mhm.
And the one lady didn't respond as if I was crazy.
No, correct. She mostly just were like, "Pay me for the thing you're holding," yeah, and then leave me alone. Happy Winter Festival, yeah.
And I do have a wolf statue that she gave me.
Yeah. For all those lone wolf episodes,
Oh,
So yeah, let's discuss the goals that are in play.
Lone wolf with a loose cannon strapped to its back.
to be honest, the current goal is to figure out a strategy for. And if we get that, I feel like we should get experience.
So we've got here Thaki, Optera, Calastris, Twinan connection to the box. Attempt to recover the box from the cave. Recover Sarah if she wants. Recover Sarah if she wants. Find out what the package was. Keep Cantor/Warren alive during the sister heist. And then our personal goals of convince Lady Izazith Obis Thaki to help with the rescue Sarah. Wow, that's a weird sentence, but yeah.
Help with the rescue.
Yeah.
Help with the rescue, Sarah. It makes total sense.
It's also how he would say that to her, right? Like,
Probably.
No, I mean that's.
I was thinking that you could help with the rescue Sarah.
Please.
Yeah.
Help me save the Sarah.
Comrade to comrade, yes. We've then got God, that was terrible. Deface Lord Tunan, Zarxus. Zarxai's goal? Zarxus's goal? Zarxai. Yes. The Zarxai of the moon. And then we've got Flea Bites, which is make a potion/poison for the heist. And then Vanguard, learn more about giant bats
Yes,
and the rest that comes with that.
and giant bat connection to giant bat people,
Yeah.
which
yeah.
I can speculate about. But sure.
So, I guess we just open right back up in the place that we left off last time, right? Which is pretty much that room with the plannings.
Kill Gateway.
I mean, that is the name of the last session. Was it John Gateman Must Die? So
Oh yeah, that was part of the. Well,
no, it really wasn't. Like,
But
Yeah,
it's
no part of any plan I endorse.
it was mentioned, definitely. It was definitely mentioned, and I'll go that far on record. Okay, but what's the plan?
Fleabite would very much like to look at the map.
You were looking at the map. Remember the last time we had Adair going, "Oh, this," and pointing at the super secret entrance door for like the staff entrance. That yeah, I feel like
a
most
note for
people.
that.
Could Fleabite spend some time trying to memorize the map?
Sure. Like, what? Anything particular about it that you want to memorize, or?
Just the general layout. So aware of, if you're coming to, a long corridor, you're probably in this place. If it's like lots of little rooms around here, you're probably in this place.
Okay, so look at the map. Roll history. We'll see how this goes.
good luck, sir.
Good luck, Mr. First Roll of the Game.
Well,
Oh, the session.
This is why Alexander doesn't talk as much, because often he has an idea and he goes, "No, I don't want to say that because then I'll have to roll."
Oh no.
Yeah.
well, I then remembered that we're on disadvantage.
Luckily, it didn't matter too much, because it didn't. It only docked you of 1 point. You know, that disadvantage roll. So
Are our skills an ability check?
they're the only thing that are really an ability check, because you shouldn't ever really be doing like a dex check. You would either be doing a save or an ability check, which is a skill check, because you're either proficient or not proficient in a skill, but it's a dex check, if that makes sense. But you would be proficient in acrobatics, which is why you get to add the bonus to the dex check. That's how 5e does it. Other systems, with their own terminologies, will confuse the hell out of you. But an attack roll is not an ability check, which is also odd. Because it's an attack roll. But yeah.
Who's Anna?
Who knows? It's probably Cynthia's sister, right? So here we have it.
Well, there were other people, if memory serves.
Yeah, there was at least one other Cynthia. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the forest times and the confusion? And the nice villa.
Yes.
Ah,
I remember sailing for a
Mm.
long time.
Yeah,
It
at
was
least
only
a
meant to
month.
be 3 days.
It was like a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a week, but aye, it was a week that turned into like a month and a week. Aye, but it was good. Anyway, so you look at the map. I think there's maybe just too much going on in the map for Fleabite, right? It's obviously just this is like architectural plans you're looking at more so than just a layout of the house. So there's maybe too much for Fleabite to take in. And also, and I think the fact that we've got obviously the two different maps that are like the newer one and the older one. There's obviously been a lot of changes over the years since the initial designs that maybe mean it's hard to say what's actually accurate now.
Is it possible to look at these two maps and establish if secret passages or anything have been entered into the place?
You can definitely look at the maps to see if there's like unused space, but obviously that's a hard thing to see on a map because it would just be a literally big like a box that has nothing in it.
Yeah.
So that could also just be a cupboard, right?
But it could be places of interest if they're not sure where to go.
Yeah, could be. You're right.
What kind of role would that be to sort of investigate?
Yeah, because you'll be studying it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to investigate this, see if I can point anything out.
Nope.
I do not.
I think you just pull Fleabite back from laying over half of the map.
Hell, look, this is a map. I'm definitely sure this is map.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, this is a stupid idea because my investigation isn't particularly good and I have disadvantage. But it would be stupid of me
Double
not to at least
crit.
look at the map. So I am also going to. Have I got disadvantage mark? Yes, I do. Investigation. It could have been all right.
It could have been.
Move it up to the world.
It's the more everybody points out things, right?
So
This could be. No, it's not. It's the.
no, he's definitely just map, old and new.
Mm-hmm. I think as well, like maybe from a Vanguard's perspective, if you've ever actually seen the like blueprints and stuff, they're a lot like I imagine Dwarven blueprints are a lot more straightforward and at the same time a lot more complex in their annotations. So looking at this, it's like, why is it so unnecessarily cluttered? Why would you need to have all this stuff written down? Wouldn't you just know that you need to put pipes in that wall? Because it's a wall that needs pipe? Aye. So I guess like Dwarven engineering is obviously just a lot more straightforward, thus their complexity. That's maybe why you don't get it.
Well, whatever the case, he does not get it. So, so we have collectively failed to really take in a map.
No, there's still one more of us. He could. Xarxus could pull it all back.
True. Sorry.
Drinking his wine.
Everyone just in the room stares at Xarxus.
Just looking at it, like, just pretending not to notice. Oh, is there something you needed?
Yet it is, map. We have all looked at map. It is map.
Yes, it is a map. I shall look at the map investigatively. Maybe, yes, normal. Quite a map, in fact.
Yeah. So,
Looks
keep in mind, guys,
went to map school.
failing a roll doesn't mean you know nothing. It sometimes means you get the wrong idea. Remember, guys, about this. So it's not that Fleabite doesn't memorize the map; it's that he completely thinks he has it memorized perfectly. That's the danger of rolling badly at these things. As for the 16, yeah, arguably these could be two different buildings, given the amount of revisions that have happened over the years.
I explained so, but everyone listening.
How so?
These could be two.
Is that your me voice? That was terrible.
This is grandiose voice.
So, relay the information for the group for me, please. That thing called RP that we do.
Um, trying to think of a way that Xarxus would word it. And I'm failing.
You can use my words if you want. They're not like copyrighted.
Yeah.
Correct. For now.
Well, I would point it out and the areas that are different, and to basically say like these are what we have to look out for.
I'm hearing a lot of what you would do, but not what your character's actually saying. A lot of third-person descriptions going on. I just want some first-person convo. That's all I'm after.
These could be 2 different buildings. Here's where it's been updated, and from what I can tell, I think it sits back and drinks his wine some more.
I'm wondering if you can see this map so clearly. Can you make a copy of what is different to maybe take with you?
I could try.
I thought it was worthwhile. Maybe secret passages and what have you would be installed after construction. Everybody likes to hide these sort of things from the builders if they can.
Da.
I mean, I assume they have secret passages. Looks out the window. I mean, look at this place.
Or passages first create be forgotten after many year nights.
Yes, this is also true. Luckily, I have paper and parchment right here. Here you are, Xerxes. Please.
Please, you roll.
What is this roll for me?
I mean, you can literally just write down the changes that you think there has been. I think that can just come off the back of the 16, quite frankly.
Thank God for that.
Okay. Yes. Appreciate it.
Because why wouldn't you just take the 2 maps you have then? Like, if you're gonna make a complete new map, why wouldn't you just take the other 2 that you've already got that have all the differences on them, instead of maybe fucking up, right? So you can just make a list of things that you think are different.
I appreciate it. Thus, the list is made. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
The list is quite operational.
So, yes. Right. Obviously, that's as good a plan as you need, right?
Well, before we do anything else, Adair would turn to the group and ask them what their views on Lady Thicke is. Like, how Adair's looking for advice on how to persuade her to our needs to help rescue
I think
Sarah.
Warren shifts uncomfortably where he's sitting in the room.
Well, you have to remember we're making an assumption that she would even share our priorities in this.
I'm wondering if somehow we can. I'm not sure of the right words on how to say. If I am trying to get her to help because of her connection to these peoples, would she be helping, or is her family too involved?
That's very much what I was thinking.
Secrecy is great weapon in sneaking into Nest Warren. If more people of knowing that our attempt be made on this night, yes, it may hinder, not help our progress.
This is also a very good point. Maybe I'm not saying anything to Lady Thicke.
I think Warren clears his throat a bit and stands up a bit straighter. He says, "What exactly are the intentions of the group here with the Thacke house?" He kind of just looks around.
Well, I wouldn't say the group had intentions.
Adair just kind of stands there with a big smile on his face.
How do you mean, Master Dwarf?
I point a thumb at him. I mean that one is the one who I would say you could probably say quite fairly had some form of intention. Not that I'd care to speculate, of course.
Well, yet, I do have intention to the lovely lady of the library. She is a, how you say, very, very beautiful person. But recently I am learning things about her family, which are, how you say, make me raise eyebrow.
I think it cuts to Warren with a raised eyebrow already, and his teeth are like visible and together, and then eventually they part with some effort, and he says, "I understand the allure. I agree though with Master Fleabite here that the level of ruckus we kick up should be kept to a minimum, and I feel like breaking and entering is no place for a lady."
Then I will accompany her on that, learn more about her family. But I am wondering, is there any way, in case something goes wrong on your side, of how you can get word to me so as I can come and help? Or shall we just meet at a destination on time later in the evenings?
Does Warren know Skywrite?
No, he didn't take that because he was hoping you were going to take that in character.
I'm a fool.
To be fair, Skywrite would give us away to everyone else then.
But you don't want to be using it in
SOS in the
American.
sky.
Not if it just said, you know, the thing that we were going to do went well, wink.
Pineapple.
Giant word wink.
I mean,
Oh dear.
Winky face.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yep. So anyway, moving on swiftly, or not apparently.
Mr. Philipplite, you are always collecting things. Do you have anything that might be able to help us if something happens?
Could you just hear me looking through my inventory?
I think it's just that occasionally we just imagine when you idle as Fleabite, it's you staring into a bag with your nose in it, like
yeah, that would be fun.
Digging through it.
or just scratching randomly. Yeah. Oh dear.
Takes time, okay?
He's got a lot of stuff to get through. Yeah.
Any highlights on the way at all you could give us while we wait? You know, just some things for food for thought. Like you've got a ladder, right?
I have a lantern.
You have a lantern. I thought you had a ladder.
I do have a ladder.
Mhm. Okay, so a ladder plus that wall with the tree at the other side,
So that's getting you into the place.
and arguably
without-
out if you just climb the tree to get back out.
Yeah.
Not an easy
As long as no
climb,
one
but,
finds the ladder.
I mean, yeah. Ideally.
Wonder if it's one of those you could go up the ladder and then pull the ladder up. That way, no one will discover it.
So I mean,
I don't.
but then there'd just be a
Go ahead.
ladder stuck in a tree.
I mean, counterpoint, you wouldn't have to like have a special ladder to pull it up after you
Huh.
because
You
I
can
mean-
just do that with ladders, yeah. I just had the
that's-
image of a ladder stuck in a tree. Also, if Fleabite's on the mission, they can just put it back in the bag of holding.
Yeah. So that might be an option. That way you don't leave anything behind.
Like, you could all just go in the bag of holding, and Fleabite could just climb up the wall and jump over, and then deposit you out.
Sure.
We have to hold our breath.
I mean, yeah, but still, you can breathe for a tiny bit and then get a bag of holding. A tiny bit.
Yeah.
A lot less because there's going to be more of you, but still, like as long as Fleabite doesn't get distracted and go on like a random mini adventure and forget
And
about
one
you.
day pulls out corpses.
Would he even remember that these were people once? Like,
Would Fleabite eat us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, the minute you guys go in that bag, you're then his.
That's how it works. So yeah, That is like these are all the options. Anything? All right, Alex, hit us with your best shot.
I actually think the lantern is probably the best. If there was some level of,
Out of everything you have, a lantern's the best you come up with.
How do we employ the lantern in a way that's going to get visible? Do we like just drop it in the floor and let the place burn?
Some magic lantern or something.
it's a bullseye lantern.
Okay, so that means it can be direct.
Okay.
It's got a direction, so it's a bit like a handheld flashlight, but it's a lantern.
Oh, this
You can
this
just-
being for our. I see.
Bat signal, I see.
Mhm.
Okay.
We simply need to put a bat sign over, and then whoever's still alive from
No,
house
it
to
should be
there-
the rat sign, right? It'd be the rat signal.
Oh yeah.
You lost the bat parts to make it the bat signal, but soon.
I do have message, so as long as you stay within 120 feet,
Which is handy
it'll
though.
be
Like,
perfect.
thing is, don't mock it. It's a great little cantrip. Yep.
Yeah, no, it is a great. That's why I got it.
How close is the Tonana estate to the theatre?
Next door, of course.
Actually, the Tonana Estate is the theatre. What are you talking about?
Oh my god!
What's the
Amazing.
twist?
Honestly, see if I had access to just, one wish a day for like a level 17 caster, I'd maybe just use it for like, not let's just summon, Lady Sarah or anything. Just, what if we just made the theatre and the Tonana Estate the same place? Wish,
I would
please!
probably use it to summon the person. That seems more efficient to me.
Yeah, but it's not as fun.
That's not.
Or the fact that you could say it in front of the group where they know full well you could have solved it that day, but you didn't. You chose to just complicate everything by putting two things in one place. Yeah. Then you have to wait 24 hours to do it again. Amazing. That's what wishes are for, folks. You heard it here first.
Don't help the party. Just make it more interesting.
I mean, you'd go mad with power as soon as you hit level 17 in this game, right? You just would instantly be like, wow, what did you get? I can attack 4 times a turn. Great, that's amazing. In universe terms, what can you do? The universe. Yeah. A bit imba, but okay, it's fine. Right, so we have a lantern on the Fleabite resources page.
I mean, I guess if they get into trouble and get to high ground and flash it, because I'm going to assume it's not
It's-
strong enough to bounce off the.
It's
Clouds.
not, I was gonna say it's no different to it being like a torch, essentially. Like it's just bright
Yeah.
light. Yeah. It's not super fancy. It is not like a search beam, you know?
Mhm.
It is just a directional lantern, which is handy because it means it's easier to hide, like the light, which is good. So it is the breaking and entering lantern, you know. Is it like a hooded lantern? Is the most
It's the
ideal?
rogue one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the rogue one. Yeah.
No, that's a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
We said we weren't talking about that.
Oh no!
And yet you did. So you lose one arm.
Because I never had any.
How big is the Tonana estate? Like width wise, is
Edinburgh Castle.
okay.
There you
And
go.
height wise,
Probably Edinburgh Castle.
okay.
From like, sea level or
Because I was suddenly thinking, what if?
Well, every time you just
Xarxes-
headed to the to the estate, I should say. I've always said you go up to it, and I always imagine you have to go up the Royal Mile to get to it. So yeah.
so similar to Thingy's castle, Von Rune's castle.
No, his was a lot more crazier, right? His had that old, like that tiny, thin, narrow path up to it and stuff. And mostly because he probably just flew in and out of it, right?
lazy bugger.
Also, just the thinner the path, the less guests you're encouraged to come, right?
Or defense.
That's why Edinburgh Castle's on a.
Mhm.
But all those stairs. That's what people just don't want to go see it.
Also, building a castle on top of a volcano is just the way to go, right? It is just the way to go.
Look,
right.
if you're loose enough with your definition, every castle is on top of a volcano.
This is true.
See, I think the best one was Doctor Evil, the hollowed out volcano. Is it a hollowed out volcano?
It's like, but aren't a lot of volcanoes hollowed out? Do you mean scooped out? But anyway, so we have a lantern. Is there anything else,
Are-
Alexander?
Are flares an item?
Are flares an item? I mean, no. This is not the Monday game, and you. Why is it all my rat people only care about flares? Totally dead. Totally dead indeed.
Yes. As I can see that there's a spell, but not too much, which makes me sad.
Well, Adair would suggest to Xarxus to take along his adopted child.
Oh God.
Falcon.
No, Falcon, to wait outside in the
And send
safety.
the message.
And if you get into trouble, send a message to her, and then she comes to Adair.
Actually, that makes sense.
I see where you're coming from, but I am going to say that a child lurking about outside
An
the
urchin.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
That makes sense to me, though.
But they're probably going to be told to be on their way, and maybe if they still lurk about, they'll get into bother. And I'm not going to say they're going to fucking stab the child in the head or something. But what they might do is give them a quick boot in the ass and say, "Let's not let these find you again here, Shinny Jim." You know, I'm assuming that the
but
person will be a very
I think she's wise enough to take care of herself in that sort of situation. Like she'd be able to hide and whatnot. She's a wise one. She grew up in the streets, sort of, didn't she? Maybe not.
Streets of Compton. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I think she'd be good at hiding and, be able to handle guards if need be.
Well, I have my reservations, but if others disagree, I can be convinced.
I'm willing to do it.
Is she?
Yeah, that's
We
it.
should probably discuss this in character. Aye, but will the young lassie be eager to?
I'm
For a
thinking-
gold piece, I imagine she would.
Warren,
Yeah,
Warren looks around the group and goes, "Another maiden." And he just raises an eyebrow.
But this time, not one that is going to be in any troubles. She will only be waiting on the outside, not putting herself in dangers.
And just like nods and waits to see where this goes.
Alright, well, with that decided.
I think Boren shakes his head. What was it?
Well, I
Well,
mean,
Xerxes, while we are still talking, why do you not go ask the Falcon if she is able to do so? Or has Madame Emerald already got her doing things all night?
should we just come up with the rest of the strategy first?
We can do, but it does come down to whether or not we get the Falcon.
Alright.
I do love that this is the summer now. Our plan is really not Falcon's involved, so we need Falcon now.
But just as Xerxes goes to leave, now, has anyone thought about getting an actual Falcon? If anything happens, you send me word with the bird.
Ah, I do
Well,
hear that the bird is the word.
Oh, no.
I don't think I could turn into a falcon. Things with wings are very tricky. You see, I haven't really, but I could. I don't know. All I'm saying is, if a cat runs up to you, screeches twice, and runs away, that probably means something. Just
Well-
want that to happen later and it can relate to
Yeah.
do that.
I just love the idea of Warren like scratching his head, goes, bad omens, yes. Just mulling away, because he sees you like a sage, right? And obviously you're just like, yeah, he doesn't know
Yeah,
what you
he
mean is. You're literally going to turn
Uh,
into something. He has seen you
That's
turn into
right,
stuff though.
but,
Because remember, remember he turned into like an elk or something? Or like a deer?
Oh, yeah, stole the cart. Yeah.
No, it was
It
just a
was
myth.
the elk.
Yeah,
It was indeed the elk. Yeah.
yeah,
Happy days.
yeah. Happier days before Evershade, before the Empire.
Before we do this fucking plan.
Yeah, before this singular missing fucking parcel became the biggest problem. Yep. Amazon, not even once. However, if Jeff Bezos wishes to sponsor this stream,
I mean, he's stepping down.
so
it? Oh, yeah,
I'm
to take-
sure he can't sponsor one stream then. With his
No, well,
Oh, but it's an
Yes.
Amazon thing, so if he's stepping down from Amazon, he's hardly going to,
Based on what I've seen,
I don't think we
he's
should talk
sitting
about
down.
this fundamentally on this platform. Moving on. Yep.
Aw,
Nope.
I
Just
had
moving on.
no.
It doesn't matter. Like, this is TOS Central. This is given that Twitch are owned by Amazon.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes. So moving swiftly on.
Lamar.
Let's just disclaimer bomb that right now. But anyway, so yes, Warren looks around after muttering about bad omens and says, "This falcon you speak of, some kind of ne'er-do-well, skilled hand?" He raises a. He's trying to find polite ways of saying, "Is she a thief?" As he raises an eyebrow.
Would we pick up on that's what he meant?
Don't know. Roll
Quick! Oh,
insight.
yes.
Insight.
I mean, he nods as a Fleabite, Was it Quick Claw you called her?
Paul.
Oh,
Yes.
Quick Claw. Close, yeah. But getting any insights from anybody else or no? What's
Oh,
happening?
insight.
He's a wee child.
What's going on?
And he kind of just looks at you and goes, "A child? You wish to employ children?"
Wouldn't be my preference, but they did make a compelling argument. She was one of the unfortunates on the streets for some time,
Kind of nods.
so she would be able to look the part if she needed to.
I'll just take a moment and just enjoy the above 10 roll that he got, which was a 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm now screwed for the rest of the night because I only get one good roll.
To be fair though, remember I told you it just needed some time to get rid of that. You were holding on to that nat 20 result for too long.
Maybe,
Well,
yeah.
You get one roll. I would suggest a morning roll.
Oh dear. And so my eyes have rolled at that.
Yes, keep
We've all given up. It sounds like all of us. Yeah.
all
This is the worst session 35 we've ever had.
This is it is good.
Is everyone else's roll 20 working okay? Because I've lost the background image.
Oh, it seems fine for me.
Mine's
Mine's working.
Normally you can tell by the stream. Like, it's usually
Yeah,
mine.
because on stream it's fine, but my
Mm.
account isn't showing any image.
It's obviously you broke it now. They've went, "Oh, you got a 21 through. Delete the account."
I've
yeah.
tried refreshing. Mhm.
Either way, you get the impression that he was trying to be polite about describing somebody as a thief as a job, right? That's, You definitely can see that that's how he was describing it. You've probably been described it that way a couple of times in the past.
Yeah. Do not worry. She's very trustworthy. She has done many, many good jobs for us so far. In the time that we are knowing her.
Kind of nods. And goes, "Good. We can only the circle I wish to keep as tight as possible." And they kind of like nods conspiratorially.
But I feel to have here as your backup is a good thing in case you are needing me to come along. So if she agrees to help us, she can come get me at theater and I can come and see how I can help you in situation whichever it may be.
And kind of
Failing that,
so
Sorry.
Warren looks a bit like when you say this and goes, "I do feel like if we run awry, as it were, the speed in which this child could get to you at the theatre and then you and her return to provide aid may not prove."
Speedy enough.
And he kind of just he doesn't really finish that sentence right. He just kind of his lips go together and kind of nods gravely, like Like he's not saying don't do it. He's just saying this town's big. And she's now a child in his head, where she wasn't before.
well, yeah. I was gonna say,
So-
was she already?
Yeah, my roll
Can
20
I
has got a
tell
little
what-
red mark now as well, the connection issue thing, so we'll see how that goes.
Yep.
We'll just wait and see how that goes. We don't roll dice anyway.
Adair would like to look at the normal town map. I take it, do I have another one or do I need to acquire one back off of? Is there any in the
Didn't you give that to Falcon?
I did.
So you could go get Falcon. You could tell her that she's super important because she has the map.
Yes, and also let me see it to see how far away the theatre is from the Tunan estate.
Yeah.
'Cause
Uh,
that's
Right, hold on. Has anyone here been to the theatre?
not yet.
do you mean here as in the group we're in, or do you mean
Yeah, I
Evershed?
too was curious. Did you mean real life? Or?
No, I do not mean real life.
Okay.
I mean in terms of like, would any of us have even like have passed it? You know,
Adair's been there.
you actually went there already. Or?
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, to get the ticket.
Did you get it from a ticket? I thought you got them from like a vendor of some kind.
Oh,
I don't recall.
Oh, I assumed it was at the theater.
Yeah, I would assume it was the box office as well. Oh god, yeah. The
Mhm.
thingy has
Yeah,
happened. It's
you
all
don't
bad.
you don't need to react that way. Don't worry, we're good.
Oh no,
We know.
it was fine for me, and now it isn't.
No, it's your turn now. We've all pushed the
what can I
problems down the
say
line.
except you're welcome.
So the
You're Welsh.
roll a d6 for me, please, dear, and we'll see if it works. I'm curious.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Did it show up? you?
No, did not.
Oh,
I've only got.
I rolled a 6. I didn't. It came out as a 2.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I think the theatre on foot is probably 2 hours away from the estate. Like,
Oh,
Oh, okay. If we realise that, then maybe we don't need Falcon at all. But if you get captured, I can at least come to your aid instead of waiting around.
maybe look, let's say an hour because I feel like 2 hours is a very, very big city.
yeah,
on
that's
foot.
pretty.
Yeah, so we'll say an hour.
And even faster by horse.
Don't give her a horse.
Hmm.
No.
You could give the horse Falcon though, arguably. Oh,
Hmm. How much would it be to hire a horse for an evening?
well, the thing is though, we're gonna hire horses before that you've negotiated rates with, and you bought them all, and then you left them.
I wasn't a member there. I wasn't part of that.
Yeah, I know, but I just mean like maybe somebody else needs to buy horses now. There is no rental system.
Like someone disguised as Lord Tonin.
That's a thought.
I had this thought since day one.
That is a nice little idea.
It is a thought. You are correct.
Until he finds out what you are. And knows it was you.
I just think he doesn't want to play this character anymore. This is it. Like this is just his way out.
I mean, surely that's the entire point of a changeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the DCC. Okay. So I have it's me and Fleabite in this.
Oh, mine, it's me and Fleabite.
Okay, good. So it's Fleabite and company. Excellent.
He bites on his own in his voice.
You've got your own self, you know, your own self.
Just supplements.
Are you Fleabite?
Oh, you're gone now. Yep. Bye.
Yep.
Anyway, so what's next in the plan, guys? Talk us through it. Let's not stare at Roll20 having its moments.
So, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Adair's going to go to this date because this has been building up and whatnot. You guys are going to break in via the wall and the tree and the ladders.
What's that? I mean, that was me that said that. None of you in game said that. Fleabite hasn't said anything about having a ladder.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like that was all me.
I will.
I'm not planning this
Fleabite's-
heist for you.
Fleabite's just standing there holding a lantern, kind of going, "Have this."
Yep.
Wait, please go on. I don't care if it's in character or out of character. I want to know the plan.
Well, I would say if Fleabite were to mention, he has a ladder, but we all have rope, surely, in our packs, so you can always make a lasso kind of thing out of that and get onto the tree that way. But if Fleabite mentions he's got a ladder, then that's perfect. There was the estate where we knew there was a tree, so you can climb up there, climb down the tree, and then go from there into the building where Xarxus got the best look at the map, so he would probably lead the party in. But once you're in, where are you going?
That's an awfully good question.
Because I think the blueprints are just blueprints. They're not, here's hidden room with blah, blah, blah on it.
Yeah.
So, based on our knowledge of where we've been in the estate, where would the most likely place be to investigate, to look for someone who might be held? I mean, where was Fleabite held? It was in the rooms, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Still have
I
Alexander?
believe just her room, wasn't it?
I mean, we don't have any reason to believe she's a prisoner, right? So she could
Yeah.
just literally be in.
But if
two in
she's a
one.
guest, she'd be in the bedrooms, and Fleabite's been to that area of where, like,
It
well, at
doesn't.
least-
No, there is no guarantee with the scene. So that I don't think we can eliminate that or anything.
oh no, I'm just saying if Fleabite remembers the way back to the where that bedroom was, the master one,
Yeah.
the Sarah might be in one of the other rooms and
We should
located
have-
nearby.
An
Warren
indication.
Canty knows where she is once he's there.
Yeah.
Like, he'll be able to home in.
Alright.
Alright. He's got a
Magical
divining rod
bangle.
strapped to him.
Yep. Magical
Oh.
sibling bangle.
Never mind. Once you're over the wall, follow Warren then.
Remember, he's were like, "How do you know she's actually in there?" And he's like, I don't
oh
know.
yes, I forgot. It's been a week. It's been a long week.
Mhm.
It's been a summer, in the words of Newfound Glory, which don't really apply here because it's been a winter. Anyway,
You lost glory.
okay. Well, I think out of character, obviously, because this is sort of a mechanical thing. I think there's actually there might be some value to me doing the scout ahead thing, but rather than doing it during the day, do it like in the seconds or minutes before.
Yeah, actually, scout as
and
per.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you take point.
to be literally sort of take and able to, I don't know, make mouse noises or whatever when there's something ahead. The difficulty is finding a way to do that without being detected, because if you go in as something that can plausibly make an alert noise, say a cat, there's the immediate danger of being noticed because, oh no, there's a cat running around the house.
Why is this
Which-
dwarven tabby here in this northern part of the world? Yeah.
Scottish folk, surely. Yeah.
I think that's what I said, dwarven tabby. What was
But to be
that?
fair,
Dylan,
that
sorry.
wouldn't raise alarm. Oh,
It would if you had somebody else's cat running around your house.
but not
I
like an intruder. Just there's a bloody cat in here.
Yeah, but again, people probably try and get it out because I've had that problem many, many times. And what I do is take the cat outside, not just let it run riot.
I'm gonna go back to Dylan. You were saying?
Sorry.
Oh, I just said turn into a spider.
Yeah, that was, I think, my initial idea. But my concern is how would I then alert you?
Spin a web and write a message in the web.
Because say I.
It's like
say I
Skywrite
go-
but Wallwrite.
Say I go into, say I go
Straight
into
up.
the room that you guys would then fall into the ladder. Easy enough done for a spider. They are shockingly quick. Only marginally slower than I am to begin with. You know, get in a little crack that maybe other people would struggle with. Grand, fine, whatever. And there are like 3 guards just sitting having tea in the room. Without turning back into a dwarf and screaming, oh fuck, oh shit, how do I alert you guys to the 3 dwarves?
Just
Aye.
quickly go back the way you came.
Sure, but a spider comes out. What do you interpret from that, right? What do you do with that information?
So-
Like, oh, he's come back.
Or you just don't notice the spider.
right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
So you get like a message.
what I'm saying is, how do I convey anything to you? Because you'll probably not even see me coming back out as a spider,
Mhm.
right?
Unless you tie
How
a
do I
string
then
to you.
convey-
Put a little bell on you.
Fleabite,
The
cast
night-
reduce on the bell you've got.
Yeah, like Fleabite's giving away that bell.
You have 2 bells.
Yeah, and if I give away one, I'll only have one.
I just feel like you're not utilizing bells as much as you could be in this particular plan. Mhm.
And you don't really have to communicate with him.
We could do like yes or no.
Again, I think the problem is being able to notice the changes in the spider that aren't just avoiding people. I think that's the issue. Like, unless you like gave him a tiny little kind of bottle of ink to carry with him, you know, in a little quill, and he dragged it with him to write words.
I was thinking Fleabite could just, summon an image of, problem, no problem. And if the spider goes to one side or the other, and then we go to the next sort of like either or questions.
Problem is though, spider perspective versus projection, right? Spiders are small, words are big. Unless we're writing very, very small projections.
I was literally thinking of a line, like a line in the ground, and then you just have it appear in front. And that way it can read and then walk onto one side or the other.
A lot of work into compound eyes. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
the thing is,
assuming-
it's not really something spiders are built for.
Well, assuming that the guys can see Vanger when he's a spider, if he goes under a door and it's dangerous, he comes back out and doesn't go back under. But if he comes back out and then goes back under, that means it's safe. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about having signals or anything. It's
Or he
just,
left his spider hat on the other side.
What is this, Indiana Jones?
Meets arachnophobia, yeah. Okay, so regardless of that, scouting as a spider is probably one of your stealthiest options, right?
Yeah.
To summarize. As opposed to, say, a panther, for example.
I think it could be a pan. But what I'm trying to work out is because I do still have a concern that is not necessarily going to be always easy. It's like there are going to be problems with spotting it. Like, I'm not always going to be like right immediately in front, up ahead. As I say, like the in and out of the room, I can kind of see where you're coming from there. But what about getting in the initial window? Those are my concerns.
I guess for getting in the window, one of the guys lifts you up to the window frame. If you go forward, it means it's safe for them to go up. If you jump back down, it's dangerous. There's someone there, hide. So it's a case of coming up with a system like that.
Problem is, though, he's a spider and it's going to be at night time. This isn't like... This is already... No, it's not that. This is already like a dull place. Obviously, that is the point you're making. But like, this is an overcast place during the day. Never mind at night.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, so spotting a
That-
tiny little thing.
Never-
I know, right? It's almost in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not great. Not great at that. Really, it's a case of send in Vanger with the whole plan, then he comes back and then tells you what he needs to tell you, and then you go to the second stage, or not, right? Depending on what he comes back and tells you. That would be the spider plan in my view. Because you sent him in to do everything, come back. Because obviously he can be in and out in say an hour, right? Because, walking around the house for about an hour, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not significantly slower, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So like you could scout for about like give or take an hour and come back, and then transform back into Vanger and be like, am I going back in or what?
Mhm.
Here's what I learned, if anything.
I mean, one cool thing would be if Fleabite slingshots him as a spider up to the top point and then just works his way down. Don't spoil my plan.
I could just go up, right? There's nothing to stop a spider just climbing out the side of a wall.
True.
This is sort of the point of spiders.
But you'd be well
Watch out
faster
for
in the
wires.
slingshot.
It's not as exciting though. Is it like? Oh, the idea of slingshotting a panther is also exciting, but that's a lot more complicated.
Something to work on in future.
I could go in, sort of do the initial investigation as a spider, then report back, and then perhaps I could go in some other form to serve as an alert and make myself more stealthy. Like, go the first sweep as a spider, go in the second time as a cat. Say, okay. How about
Or a
that?
crow.
Can't.
They have
Wings.
fly speed. They have a flying speed.
Can't do crows yet.
Can't do that.
It was a chicken.
Oh, I see.
I could probably do a chicken. Yeah, they don't fly, So, but
For
another
now, you should go scout.
chicken is probably the most conspicuous thing I could choose, right?
It's also not got stats.
It doesn't.
No,
What the fuck?
I heard the chicken have stats in 5e. Let's see if I can find a D&D
Because
with your
your
stats.
cats have stats. Why wouldn't a chicken? Tigers have stats. Surely, like if rats have stats, chickens have stats,
You
right?
can't be a chicken. They have a fly speed and an ability called Clumsy Flyer.
I mean, I suppose you can fly like 2 feet if they really want
Doesn't matter.
to.
They're not legal. Change the plan.
Wow, chickens are racist. I could be a rat though, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep.
Rats are pretty stealthy and they can squeak.
I actually think you could also be a giant rat.
That's probably not so stealthy,
No.
and probably more likely to alert people.
It is still considered a small beast, though, by comparison, so it's still... It's probably the size of Fleabite.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna say I don't want to do that.
Not given that you've seen how Tonan has dealt with rat-like creatures before. You didn't seem amused.
Yeah.
But yeah, a rat has stats, and it's got no swim speed, which is good. Or can you do swim speeds?
I don't think
No.
so. No, not at level 1.
Yeah, because I think swim speed's the first gate, and then its flight speed's the second gate. But yeah, rat has it's not specifically stealthy, but obviously it's a tiny rat, so it's a rat. You know, therein is your narrative stealth. They've got good sense of smell, dark vision, up to 30 feet.
We have a
But yeah,
basic bitch rat. Dark vision is basic. I don't know. They are very, very squishy. Not that cats are significantly tougher, but somewhat. They're dumb as shit.
cat's pretty
Sorry.
good.
Cats don't get dark vision though.
They don't.
Excuse me while I punch myself in the face from how stupid that is.
Yeah, just move on with it. It's part of the system. It has been mentioned many times by many people over the years.
Rats are again 20. Okay. I think rat or cat are the best options. I think it's gotta be rat for the subtlety, right?
I mean, mechanically, the cat's stealthier.
That's Ryan. Right to whatever his name is.
Yep, Jeremy Crawford.
Yeah, tell him
Yeah.
he's wrong about animals. Dear sir. Okay, I could turn into a cat. I can turn into a cat.
I feel like, Dylan, you must have a spell that helps in some way with any of this plan. Otherwise,
Invisibility.
how did you build? Right? Okay.
I mean, I have invisibility.
How
Yeah,
long
that
does that
seems
last?
perfect.
I
How long does it last? Was my question.
oh, well, I almost. Damn it! That's what I was trying not to do. But there you go. There's everything. Up to an hour.
There you go. So,
I mean, a cat and an invisible man and a paladin surely is the most silent and subtle combination possible.
I don't know where you're. I mean, you could maybe convince Canty to stay in the tree for like
But
10
then we won't be able
minutes.
to find.
Yeah, I think we need him though.
Unless you took his arm and learned, and learned how the bangle works, I guess.
Fleabite
How
pulled
much
back.
Oh, I'll get that arm. Oh dear. So, yeah. Invisibility is a solid option, right? And how many times can you cast that?
Three. Well, 5 technically.
So you could be invisible for 5 hours.
Or Warren could be invisible because you could probably do.
Or both of us could be invisible
Wait, you can do that to multiple people?
at higher.
Oh, right,
casting.
yeah. I didn't read that because I'm an idiot.
Hmm.
That's a good idea. Shockingly, we might have a plan. If you two are invisible and I'm a cat and Fleabite is Fleabite,
We bite.
Fleabite can probably successfully be subtle, right?
Fleabite can be subtle up to a point. Like obviously, as soon as cover mechanics start being a thing, then it's difficult.
Also, aren't you both still disadvantaged life?
Couldn't I just send you two in?
Oh yeah, I am kind of fucked.
Or Fleabite and Canty in as if they were, or while they are invisible, and I'll chill out by the wall.
I did wonder, although Xarxis or Xarxis characters collective probably have the best chance of sneaking in as one of the workers.
Yes, I could. Yes, and I have mentioned that I am good at disguises to the group.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, arguably you just go to that part of the wall with the big tree, put the ladder against the tree, send Xarxis in, and then send Cantor in. Both of them go invisible.
Mm-hmm.
The
Good
end.
plan.
I don't know
What?
how we get her out.
I mean, that's
But
Oh my god, I could stay. I could stay as her.
If you lurk about as someone who's supposed to be there, like not necessarily her, but as you initially said, like
yeah, like
someone
Von
who-
Rune or somebody invited.
somebody invited, someone who works
No one's
there,
gonna stop Rune.
someone who looks like they belong.
Stobart. You've met Stobart
Or Gateman.
or Gateman, but he's meant to be at the gate.
You're not Houseman. Why are you in the house?
Someone who's meant to be there, you can sort of lurk around and keep an eye out, like defend the window so that we have a route of escape. I'm not being deliberately facetious. Like I'm genuinely
Mhm.
saying, like if we come back to that room and in the meantime, like someone has just decided to throw an orgy in it, then we're in an awkward position of having, right, we need to go and find another window to exit from.
Or
Like,
like, do we enjoy it? Do we join in? Do we not? Like,
it might be worthwhile having a sort of someone to sort of hang about in areas we've cleared and make sure they stay clear.
yeah, like the orgy room.
Yeah, like the orgerium.
The
And
orginarium.
I think like wouldn't if wouldn't a member of the house staff potentially be a good way to do that if you could come up with an excuse to be in the area. Obviously,
Somebody wise enough in the group would know that mimicking Stobart would be a bad plan because he's the one most
he's
likely to be
likely
stalked.
there.
He's not that though. Like he's likely to be stalked
Oh,
by
yeah.
most people
Ask you.
because he's like an admin guy.
Yeah,
So
because people mistake him for Charlton Heston.
yes,
I could just find any maid or servant on the way there and just become them.
yeah. There's many ways you could just.
Kill
Just,
them
you
and
could just
then become.
you could just walk in with the crowd invisible.
Yeah.
Like
Crowd invisible. How do add rat or cat?
don't worry about it. I'll sort that out for you.
Thank you. Ryan.
So, but I've not heard an in-game plan yet. That's what I'm waiting on. I've only heard us talking. So,
I mean,
and there's
what
there's still no
did
definitive
we
plan.
out of character decide on something?
We've got the elements of a plan now.
I was mostly trying to remind you of what you are all individually capable of as a team. You are all incredibly skilled people with useful abilities, and most of the abilities seem to be, well, we have this lantern, and that really worried me.
when you say useful abilities, my abilities are useful in this mission for provided I am not me and am instead a small animal. The moment that runs
But
out,
that is your
I'm
ability.
a big fucking hindrance.
Your
Yeah,
ability
oh yeah,
is be a small animal, so, I mean, let's not discount you too bad yet.
So,
You can become an exhausted spider.
well, I could, as I say, I can certainly, when we enter, scout ahead in some form. But the question is, how do we How do we make sure the rest of us avoid detection?
Well, I can go in with Warren right here,
No, it's
and I can make us invisible.
his eyes go wider.
A useful skill.
This is very impressive.
Forgive me, Xerxes.
I
And he
do
kind
a
of
little bow.
he puts his hand out a little bit to like confirm that is your name, right? And he says
I nod.
Xerxes, and he goes, "You could have led with that."
I like to keep my talents hidden at times, but now is not the time. And another of my talent is my ability at disguises. I show off my disguise kit.
Just like I guess a case with some makeup in it.
Very,
No.
very, very nice. Yes, very fancy.
Looks at inventory, sees identical one.
hmm Is that? I'm sure you were looking to see if it stole yours, or that could be stolen. I'm sure that's the real check, though.
And I could appear as one of the guards or servants there and sneak my way out while you and your sister invisibly sneak out.
Kind of like slowly nods. This is good news. How do you plan on getting in the first place? Just walking in invisibly? I know
Invisibly, yes.
you kind of like
Off to the side.
he looks a lot more
Right.
relieved, almost. The like almost whimsicalness of how easy this now sounds.
Not a bad idea. Yes, if we can gain entrance without detection, it's just a case of covering our tracks behind us.
Any other business to deal with then, or shall we?
So,
Oh God.
Yes, leave out.
well, Fleablight can also help people climb, if that would be useful.
Okay.
I had a few.
But how do you say this as
mechanical-
Fleabite? Because I really want to hear how you say this as Fleabite.
I wanted a Alexander mechanical question first.
Okay.
A short rest is an hour. Is there a limit to how many short rests you can take in a day?
No. Except 24, obviously.
Obvious.
Unless you get time compression magic. I think there's a spell to take a short rest quicker, I think. It's called
Because
catnap.
obviously, like, warlocks, not many spells in a day, but get them back on a short rest. So, if someone is gone for an hour, then Fleabite can use spells, and then by the time they get back, have them returned.
As long as you just do light activity, whatever that entails. Which is holding that lantern, I guess.
Yay!
I've rolled my own eyes, don't worry.
You think it's just me bringing the bad puns today? Well, no such luck, motherfuckers.
It's a team effort. Team
Yeah,
effort.
you know. Pun for the money. But yeah, anyway.
So Fleabite could cast this on someone, and if they're already invisible, that way they could be on the floor. Oh, sorry, on the roof.
But how do you tell them this? How does Fleabite say this to them? Because I'm excited to know how you word that. Which doesn't sound like some horror experiment.
Fleabite can magically teach how to climb.
Fleabite makes the
Yes.
spider thing. That's what I hear.
Yeah, it was the fact that it needs a spider as a component. Just like when
No.
turns into a spider, I'm like, I really need a spider a moment. Oh, quick!
I don't know what the rules are if you can use him as a spell component at that point, but maybe.
Okay, glad we're not. Do you have anything?
FYI though, like Vanguard, it doesn't use you up.
Okay.
It just needs you as part of the ritual. So, like, I think that would work. As stupid as that is. He just needs a drop of bitumen. Or, aye. Bitumen and a spider. It doesn't say that the spell consumes, or it doesn't have a cost value. So yeah, you could be that spell component for him one day.
Cost value spider. Can you imagine if it did? That'd be fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway.
17 spiders for your finest watch, please.
It'll cost you 1 spider.
Anyway, Fleabite, how do you present this information to the group?
I think when on the back of what Xarxis and Canty had said, Fleabite would add. Yes, Fleabite, very good climber, can make other being good climber too. If invisible sneak through, it would be easy, simple on roof. Yes.
I think Warren just kind of like nods, kind of at you as well. Okay. So climbing's not an issue, and going unnoticed isn't an issue. Huh. Good.
Well, it sounds like we have the elements of a plan then. Only question is, how do we get her out without issue?
I turn her invisible, remember?
Can you do that? Or no, you'd be. Oh, sorry, no.
Yeah.
I kind of looks
Ah,
between
no,
the two of
that's
you and he
fine.
goes, they'll follow. How would you be getting out?
Disguises.
Of course. As if you just like completely blanked on it. Like, ah, of course, the disguises! He kind of nods and goes, I appreciate the risk you are all willing to take for me, he says, possibly standing next to a deer, thus not facing him and facing the other people taking the risk.
Yeah, well, that would
A dare would put his arm on his shoulder and go, "It is okay. We are happy to do."
He kind of like turns and kind of nods politely, and he says,
eyebrows raise themselves.
Yeah, they've got their own necromancers on commission. And he says, I will attend to some much needed acquisitions today. I would advise if you are purchasing anything to do it inconspicuously. And he kind of just nods to everybody. Then says, I will leave the maps with you for now. And then, good day. And he swishes his cloak about him. Leaves.
Adair would follow him quickly just to get some information about the Thaki family.
Okay. So yeah, you follow him down the stairs. And
Yeah.
he kind of turns like on the stairs dramatically to you.
I'm sorry, something I am wanting to just ask you on way down. I will see you out. But you
continues
are
walking.
aware of the Thicke family, the lady of which I am meeting this evening.
He kind of goes, yes, I am somewhat
Da,
familiar.
you do this each time. When I'm mentioning the Thickes, you are doing the cop. Is something the matter with this? Is something the matter?
No. Why would it be? And he just kind of like nods, standing
Boy,
up straight.
um,
Good posture man that he is,
am I detecting any BS here? Sort of.
You know what you need to do to detect that? I
Is
cast Zone of Truth. I cast Skywrite. Do you like Thaki? Question mark.
YRN.
Right, we're getting an insight roll, buddy. Or are you?
Yep. I'm just wondering if it's going to show. Did it show?
Yeah, it did. So
Yep.
you can
Not the
tell.
best.
Now you can tell there's something that's clearly like you've definitely hit the nail on the head. There's definitely something about the Thaki family and him, definitely. As to what, you're not sure. So any guess you've got is probably as good as, Adair's guess.
Find
Okay.
out. Not from him right now. Probably is not. It's probably not the way to go about it. But find out what their emblem is. Just curiosity.
What, the Thaki or the Balems?
The Thaki.
Oh, okay.
Yes, did we not find out the Balems?
Did you?
I don't think we did actually.
What did you think it
Hammer?
was?
In my mind, it was like hammers on an anvil or something.
Like,
because of the Smiths.
I mean, I'll be honest, right?
That's Morris.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I knew there was gonna be the Smiths joke. If I was gonna make up one now, would have said hammers. So I will go as far to say it's hammers.
Nice.
So either I did say this jokingly before, but I would say it legitimately now.
Nice.
It's probably just like a big hammer that's like, I don't know, orangey on one side and red on the other, and the backgrounds are the opposite on the other sides. I don't know why.
And it says underneath it, if you mess with the anvil.
You get the hammer?
Yeah. Well, it's understood. It doesn't need to say. It's like because the picture of the hammer, and then the back says, I don't know. These are not my hammers.
No, their house words are probably something about, you know, regardless of anything else, have a strong foundation. You know, there'll be something about, you know, regardless of what's on top, you need a strong foundation. That would be their house words. It's very boring, you know.
But Adair would continue to walk him out, but would keep sort of, please, if there's anything I should be knowing, this is time to tell.
You kind of like you get to the front door of the Emerald Inn. You're in kind of like the entranceway part where you know the cloakroomy part, and he looks at you and he says, "I appreciate everything you and your companions are doing for me again. I won't forget this." He kind of like puts an arm on your shoulder and kind of like grips it tightly, and he says, "Until tomorrow," and he kind of just like nods at you.
Isn't it tonight, not tomorrow?
You're not going though.
Yeah, true. True. Well, I'd like to think I'd see them later this evening because I wouldn't go to bed till.
So keep in mind, like you're not eating till late. Remember,
True.
and then you go to the theater, and then you come back. So you're probably going to be an after midnight boy by the time you're done.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So yeah.
Okay.
You have to stay out.
I
Yeah.
know a nice place where you can light a fire.
Wow, funnily enough, same.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Tanan estate. So, as it's just on fire, there's bells ringing in the distance, and all of them are just like huddled up on the roof as everything's burning around them.
You can see a lantern.
Falcon runs up. There's been an issue. Oh,
See, I
dear.
told you that would work.
You know, like
It's flammable.
you look up and like the airship's collapsing in two pieces in slow motion.
The amazing thing is we've already done like an hour-long ramble of vague planning, like last year, but because we started in time, we've still got session to go.
Yes, it's good. It's good. So
Oh,
yeah, regardless of that, he stops you leaving with him, and he says, "I think it's best if we are not seen together as often as we can limit it to." And he kind of nods at you.
that is a definitely good idea. Yeah. And I would go into the bar area, the lounge, to see Madame Emerald.
Yeah, and he like swooshes out of the door dramatically because
Cool.
that's Warren Canty for you, man about town. So off he
I'm
wanders, and yeah.
incognito. Swoosh.
Okay, let me get my Madame Emerald hat on now. Right, there we go. Right, so she's milling around the kind of lounge area, like sorting chairs out, and then like moving them like an inch to the left, and then and like adjusting the table and standing with her hands on her hips, staring at it. She's fussing over the way that the room's laid out. That's what she seems to be doing. When you see her.
Hello, madam. I'm sorry to be interrupting your work here, but I am having an evening
Go
with a...
help me with this table. And she like her bangles slide down her arm when she points at it.
How can I help?
Can you move it about a foot this way?
Oh, certainly. Do I? Is it a big table or a small table?
It's like a table you'd get in like a comedy club, right? So it's like a relatively small.
All right, yeah, I'll just lift it then.
And you just like slide it a bit, or she wants
Yeah.
it, and she goes, and she like fusses with the chairs, and she stands and stares at it for like a minute, and then she goes, "No, can you put it back?"
Da, and I'll drag it back over.
And she kind of sighs and goes, "There's a mark on the floor," and she like scuffs it with her foot. to like get rid of the table leg marks. And just sorry, you wanted something.
This
Kitchen's
evening
not
I-
open for an hour.
Oh, Nate, it is more either something I'm hoping you can help with via advice, or perhaps even help me acquire something. I am having a evening with a lady, and
She
we are
like she adjusts like her sleeve and pulls out like a kind of handkerchief, and then just like holds it up to her lips as you continue talking.
Well, I am not one of the area, and I am not wanting to turn up for evening empty-handed. I'm wondering what is a good practice here in the Evershides. Should I be bringing the flowers or some sort of a gift, or what is a good practice here in the Evershides?
She kind of looks at you, and then she lowers the handkerchief from her mouth, and then she says, like, kind of holds it against like her, just under her chin and her neck. She goes, "And who exactly are you falloosing with?"
Fallushing. I'm not familiar with this. But I am having a evening with the Lady Thicke, the one from the library.
She goes, "Oh, you see your studies went well then." She gives you like a knowing look.
Da. He would just sort of blankly nod in agreement.
Goes, "I suppose you won't be coming back here tonight then?"
Well, I know that the theatre will probably be running late into evenings, but I would imagine I would be staying here. I am, after all, gentleman, and she is a lady.
Kind of like,
That's exactly why I wouldn't imagine you would never.
and yeah, like, she like raises
Quite
a.
as will have been.
Can I make it any more obvious? And then she says, "I'm actually going to the theatre myself tonight."
Ah, I'm wondering, is same theatre?
But she kind of like shakes her head. There's only one theatre worth attending. I assume you're going to see the wonderful performance of Waro.
Oh, da. I think.
That is, yeah, it's that joke Zorro that we came up with, yeah.
Oh, yes.
But for legal reasons, Waro.
Waro.
And then,
I think Zoro's public domain. Isn't
yeah, I think so. I would hope so by now. But yeah, she definitely seems flustered, right? Like she's fussing over stuff that she normally just does. Or you've never seen her fuss over, but you've only known her for like less than a week, I guess. And she's like, And it just does that face to you, where she scrunches up a bit as if she's like doing a kind of response to you when you've not asked for one. And she looks down at the table again. She goes, "Can we try it back where it was?"
Certainly. So who is the lucky man who is escorting you tonight?
She scoffs. Yeah. And then just stares at the table.
embarrassing the pervert.
And then she looks up at you and goes, "You're serious?"
She said, "What?"
"You're serious?" Because like she makes like a ha noise, and then there was nothing. So she looks at you and goes, "Wait, you were serious? You're really asking me that?"
Oh, I was thinking someone of your stature would, of course, have many people taking you to events and things, no? I'm surprised there is not already a wedding ring on finger.
She kind of just like mulls that over a bit, like somebody like playing with a toffee in their mouth almost. And then she just gives you a look where like, the tiniest bit of a smile creeps over her face, the tiniest bit of a cheeky smile. And she goes, "Well, I mean, the last person to give me a ring wasn't actually yourself, but here you courting other people." She looks at obviously the piece of like the gemstone that she got made into a ring. And she just like looks at that like very over dramatically, like somebody trying to like show their engagement ring off. And then she just looks at you to see for your reaction.
That is very nice what you had made from stone, I'm giving.
Yes, it was a lovely gift. A very, very lovely gesture. She kind of nods.
Yeah, and that is what I am looking to do for the lady tonight. Some sort of good gesture, but I am unsure of what is common practice here in the Evershides.
What is she like?
Well, I am still to get to know her. I can only tell she works in library. Very serious about job.
She puts her hand up, right, like her finger up to almost like interrupt you. And she like moves it off to the side, as if further away from her. Do you look at her or the finger?
The finger.
And then she moves it back to like her eye line.
Hmm?
Good. Give her that.
Giving what?
Your attention.
Oh.
Kind of nods knowingly.
And Adair's just nodding with absolutely no idea what's happened. Because
Yeah. And she goes, well, you said you don't know much about her.
that.
So just spend the evening asking her things about herself. Get to know her. That's a better gift than some kind of trinket. And then she looks at her ring and goes, although I mean trinkets are nice. She says with like 17 bangles or something on her arm.
So I of course will be listening, but I will.
She doesn't know how to take that, but she just like she's used to your like speech by now, so she just kind of like closes her eyes and shakes her head a little bit at that.
But I am appreciating what you are telling. But I still feel I should be arriving to her with something.
She holds up her hand again with the finger out, and she, like it's her other hand this time. She just like does it really kind of sharpishly, as if to stop you talking. And then she goes, "See, like that, perfect."
Yes. Yes.
She nods, and then she goes, are you wearing this though?" She looks you up and down.
This is what I have.
I mean, there's some very. You're not exactly poor, mister. She gives you a knowing look because she's handed you hundreds of gold this week.
Oh, I forgot you were doing this.
We have some very nice shops in town. Go buy yourself something fancy, do yourself up. I wouldn't lose the blue though, so don't powder up or anything. No, keep the blue. It's dashing.
Oh, I just realized I have fine clothes as part of my stuff.
Yeah, and she's still telling you this.
Oh,
Yeah.
she hasn't
Whether or not
seen
you're
my
wearing,
fine-
yeah, she hasn't, but she's looking at you and she's like, "You should go buy fine clothes." Like that's what she's telling you to do. Go buy something from Evershade, is what she's saying.
Okay, maybe my fine clothes aren't quite to Evershade's standard.
Yeah, they're air fine. They're not necessarily Edinburgh fine.
Oh, are you trying to tell me they're
I don't
like
think-
a pair of trackies?
First of all, I don't know if anything's Edinburgh fine. Okay,
But
there's
listen,
there's a
Edinburgh
high degree of pretension. And I'm going to go out and say this as somebody who does love the city. There's a high degree of pretension that you can never quite achieve in Edinburgh. Glasgow, on the other hand,
Yeah, no one pretentious in Glasgow.
no, never. Anyway, so she kind of like nods at you and she goes, "You should look the part, you know."
You are making good point. Yes. What sort of is it? Still afternoonish enough
Yeah.
time to go to?
You have 7 hours before you set any deadline. 7.
Cool. I would thank her for her time. I would throw her a coin because that's tradition.
Yeah.
I'd probably, because of the advice and everything, I'd give her a gold piece.
Sure, yeah. And like she actually like takes it and like tucks it away in one of the many cardigan pockets that she's got. And it's not just that her cardigan has many pockets; she just has many cardigans. And she tucks it in one of those. Yeah, she's just actually a sentient pile of cardigans. And sometimes I feel like that some days. And she, as you're like walking away, and she goes, "I mean, I hope it goes well
I am hoping this too.
for
Thank
her
you for
sake."
your-
You know, she winks at you.
Wait, what?
And you just hear, "Excuse me," and then you get like brushed past really quickly.
Falcon.
Of course, it's Falcon.
Done.
And you just hear as
Hello.
yeah, and she just goes, "Sorry, busy."
I'm looking around the places that even got anybody in it.
There's nobody in it, no.
Yeah. So they're just looking around like, what?
And then you just hear a Emerald be like, "Flana, help me move this table." So, what's everybody else doing upstairs as you wait for him to have this entire scene happen? Like,
Crack.
is it game of cards, cup of tea, like?
I think Fleabite would be curious to talk more a bit with Xarxes
Yeah.
Oh,
as dead tolls in the background.
Yeah, stole the bed.
I think when Xarxes is sort of saying that he's good with disguises, that sort of slightly piqued Fleabite's interest. He would say to Xarxes, if with great deceptions must ensure that no one sees who each of us particularly is. And for preparations, we must gather useful supplies. Yes.
I suppose that's true.
Would your disguises and hide pack things help Fleabite be less distinguishable in Nest Warren?
Not even I could disguise that smell.
Wow. Hashtag shot.
Fleabite's like, what smell?
Yeah.
It is canon that he smells bad, right? That is a.
I think it's like that's an Alexander conversation, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's, from what I know,
Yes,
it's pretty
okay.
pungent. Yes. I just like the idea that Fleabite turns to Vanguard, though. That's my headcanon in that scene.
But it does not smell things that man things are strong at. Want to, if they look over it, he sees something that is less recognizable than Fleabite. Yes.
I suppose we could do something. What do you have in mind?
When acquiring useful tools and equipment, yes. If they see something that is simply small but not necessarily Fleabite, yes.
I'm saying you want to look like more like a, let's say, a halfling, or a, looks over at Vanguard, dwarf, maybe?
Something appropriate size, yes.
Like a dog, for example.
We'll turn you into a dire rat.
This isn't Fleabite, this is the giant rat. Can't you tell the difference? Their stats are completely different.
It is a worthwhile concern because you are probably the most memorable of the bunch.
Well, yeah. So basically, I was hoping that if we go shopping, basically, it won't be that weird rat monster kept buying all that subterfuge tools, and something weird happened at the estate. That the weird
4
rat
grappling
monster is-
hooks were bought today.
Anyone know a weird rat monster?
It's as much for you guys' association, like.
Fleabite can always go live with the wolves in the cave. Do you know what I mean? Like, retirement sorted.
How much work could I do on the Fleabite to make him not quite so noticeable?
You describe to me the actions you are going to take to transmogrify the rat man. And then,
So I also wanted to ask.
A mask. Get a mask.
I do actually own a mask.
Smart.
But I also want.
Jawa robes.
What was that?
Jawa robes. That's what you need.
Jawa robes is what he's saying.
Yeah,
Robes,
the sort of
robes is
robe.
actually a good idea.
It's got a hood that's just a normal hood, and yet always casts massive shadows over your face.
And you could
If
have
you can get one-
that lantern on top of your head is your face, right? So anytime
Light.
anybody looks at you, you're just a torch.
Just draw a smiley face in the front of it.
That's so dumb.
your cat.
Anyway, yeah. So, what is the Dylan? How do you intend to obfuscate a Fleabite with a
That's a
makeup
very
kit?
good question.
Yeah, Because I don't know how much eyeliner is gonna
Probably.
change his look.
Let me pull up a picture of this game.
Of a Skaven, you said?
Mhm.
There you go.
Scheme. That's what it is.
Hmm. It's not the most obfuscatable, I would say. You really do want to, like, hide as much of their physical form as possible. Really.
Yeah, we definitely need like some sort of a hooded robe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or a really creepy
Then-
child mask.
Shave him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He shall be a naked mole rat.
I think that would be even more horrific.
Yes, but it would be better.
Oh dear.
To be fair, it might momentarily confuse and startle anyone looking at you.
Anyone up close is
So, how about
Can I?
we have a wee break here and use that break in somewhat to come up with the prep that you want to do for this before we jump back on. So we'll take ourselves a wee 15. In fact, well, yeah, a wee 15 minutes. So 20 past 9. We'll come back at
Cheeky 15?
cheeky 15. Aye. So let me go get it on mute. 2 wee seconds. Yeah. Okay, we're unmuted. We are back on the stream, and we are here. So welcome to part 2 of session 38. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 3rd of February, 2021. Here are the players.
Hello, my name is Gregor. This is session 38, and I play Adair, who is a Air Genasi, total leader of the group, and is by far doing the best rolls ever. He got one.
So that feels like that had the same energy as when they go through the team members in the Crystal Maze. I liked that. That was good. You know, like when they all introduced themselves and where they're from. Like, oh yeah, we're all friends in the office. You know, we've just came out to do
Yeah.
that. We're from Lancaster. You know.
Everyone cheers, and
Yeah.
they're like, 5 of you. Why are you cheering?
Yeah.
We work in the production of nails used in specialist horse furniture.
So completely random, yes.
And my name's Dylan, and I'm playing Xarxus, the Changeling Bard.
Yeah.
Well, currently Xarxus, the Dylan conglomerate.
Did you ever watch Crystal Maze, Dylan?
I did not.
Okay.
Never even heard of it.
Should do a watch along one day.
You know the guy that did Rocky Horror?
There's a lot of guys in Rocky
yes.
Horror.
He hosted a weird game show that was sort of aimed at kids.
So I
It
need to
was
specify
brilliant.
there is a guy in Rocky Horror, right? Called
He made Rocky Horror.
yeah, but like when somebody says you know the guy and Rocky Horror,
Riff
you'll
Raff. It's Riff Raff. It's
you'll-
Riff Raff.
you'll immediately think of Tim Curry.
Curry.
And it's not Tim Curry.
Listen, I think of Riff Raff.
So here's a better one. Here's a related one. Have you seen the D&D movie, Dylan?
Yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? He's the head of the Thieves Guild, and to get the crystal they need, he has to run a maze.
I don't remember that at all.
That's all in the D&D movie.
Oh, brilliant.
So good. But yeah, Richard O'Brien was in the D&D movie. Also,
Time
weirdly, Richard O'Brien was actually in my Marvel RP. He was in Hell and gave the party a crystal.
Mad.
Just because.
He is like the intro to the most popular song from it. So, you know, and of course he wrote it. So there's also that. So he is the guy in my...
Yeah, fair. Like, yeah, definitely different circles, I think. The Richard O'Brien circles, there are many.
His head, which is... He's just bald, that's all.
So yes, Richard
So,
O'Brien.
Fleabag.
Good evening. My name is Alexander. And speaking of crystals, tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, whichever form he may end up in.
And hello and good evening. I am Colin. Tonight I will be playing Vangar, the dwarven priesty, clericy chap, fellow. Ombre. I give up. Other synonyms available on request. Synonyms available on. Fuck it.
Cinnamon available on request.
Cinnamon crullers available on request.
Uh,
Maple, not. Maple is unlawful. I don't know. Pastries.
So, here we are, part 2 of the never-ending session 35, apparently. 35, it just keeps going. We didn't have a 36 or 37, and this is definitely not 38. 35 keeps going.
Don't believe his lies.
The propaganda machine. There is no session 36 in Basingse. Anyway, I believe you've had stuff and things to do for 7 hours.
I believe I'm going to go shopping after I see the guys in the room, because I need to get me some fancy duds.
Right, so are you doing any other debrief without Canty there in the room when you head back upstairs, or?
There probably is worth, out of character, I'm just going to exert this, it probably is worth talking about what he wouldn't be willing to talk about, or what would probably be best not spoken about in front of him, which is specifically what if she doesn't. Come.
Okay, that's a very good point.
Yes, let's have you head back upstairs to the room, and then we'll have the scene
I
there.
come into Fleabite having a makeover.
Well, they were discussing the possibilities of a makeover. Maybe there's some sample powder on one of his cheeks. Yeah.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. I just had something I am needing to do quickly. How is progress here? What are you discussing? Fleabit, you have something on cheek.
We're trying to make him look more normal.
Looks at the group.
Or we could put a sheet over him.
To make him like Ghost?
Admittedly, I'm not an expert, but I don't know if ghosts do that.
Is thing I'm hearing, they have the sheets over them and they go around. Is this not true?
Can I roll to see if I know?
Yeah, roll, I guess, Arcana or Religion. One of the two.
Okay. I'm very well, not very. I'm quite good at religion.
Yeah.
I think from that, would it be possible to say that traditional dwarven view is not that they wear sheets?
Correct, yeah. They don't tend to mess around with bedwear, if you will.
That's a shame.
Certainly, it's not something we believe where I come from.
It's definitely something I'm hearing of, but I do not understand why you are trying to make Fleabit into Ghost.
No full necromancy here. No, I just thought if we could put something over him that would obscure him, cut some eye holes, and then people could be seeing anything running around with a sheet over it. Could be
would cloak with wood not be just good? That way he is looking just like small person in cloak?
kept on hearing clock, and I really want to pretend. I'm not going to be that much of a dick. Like, but he always wears a. Well, no. What? Right, Fleabite. Oh, Alex, what does Fleabite's mage armor look like? What? How cloaky is he? Normal.
Well, yeah, I'd always sort of, in my mind, he's completely cloaked over.
Yeah.
But it would still his like silhouette would be distinctly weird. Like it would, he's that sort of like top heavy or front heavy. If you sort of think of a rat on its haunches.
Yeah. So, what I was kind of thinking there was in terms of like, as a disguise, anything that didn't kind of completely obscure the face isn't going to be super effective.
Yeah. So basically, I think you're right. We will need to obscure everything.
And it definitely is. Like, you can't just put a muzzle on him because people A, figure out it's Fleabite anyway, or B, now they think they've got a giant dog in their hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
It all comes back to the wolves.
Yep.
I don't know. How do we disguise Fleabite?
So does Fleabite just watch the ladder? Is that his new place in the plan?
Well, so one thing that
He didn't have a place in the plan.
Fleabite noticed that as well. Is the mage armor is the what it looks like? Is that sort of just a flavor thing, or is that something that is actually a thing?
There is. It's like I think it's called like a shining, shimmering, whatever field of force. It's described in the armor spell, is it not? It's not super detailed though, from what I recall, like most of the spells. No, that's never. It's never that.
It's never that.
No. That's just the part you always try and justify the way you see the spells with
Yes.
But it says this much. I'm like, yes, and then you read the spell description that you're trying to cast.
Protective magical force surrounds it until the spell ends.
Right, so like, what does that mean, right? And you asked if it could look like the tattered cloak, and I said yes.
Yeah. No, that's exactly.
That's as far as it got.
That is as far as it should.
So generally, I think we can assume that it isn't going to be able to be something that would have particular mechanical benefits.
No, it will have 0 mechanical benefits, other than it will look like a tattered cloak. Which would have looked exactly like what he wore in front of the Tunans the first time. Or the Tunan.
Yeah.
I know, both. Yeah, he was wearing it both times. So, yeah. So that will be noticeable.
Get him some new robes for a start.
He
Right?
has new robes.
Oh yeah, that's true, but they're the fancy ones.
I don't know if they would cover the face.
Yeah,
Hmm.
no, they wouldn't, but they would at least.
Given that they're
not-
probably the size of a person's, maybe they would.
Mechanically, would a mask work?
Mechanically.
Well, obviously, the mask is just like a normal mask, and but just the shape of Fleabite's face wouldn't really work for that.
Yeah.
I think, regardless of what you were doing, you would have enough narrative stuff in a pile, and then that hits the marker where it says now you can roll a disguise check, and then
I
that's where we go from there. Really.
Yeah, I think we can justify with a mask as well. As like if you got like a mask that looks like a horse's skull or something like that.
Or just a mask that you then tended to in some way that made it suitable for your face, which we don't need to go into the specifics of, right? Like,
I just meant like the idea isn't implausible that a human could wear a mask that makes their face look a lot longer than.
well, think of a Plague Doctor mask straight away.
Mhm.
That's what I've been thinking about this entire conversation. And I'm just like, well, it's a shame that you don't have like a masked ball that you could go to.
I mean,
Yeah.
so
Yes. So what is the plan? Time is a ticking.
So, what are we thinking about Lord? Oh no, wait. What is he called? Me, Warren. Warren DeKinty. What are we thinking about him on this mission?
I think he could be a problem if things don't quite work out as he's hoping. We can't be certain that she really was taken against her will. It sounds from what he says like he's quite sure, but is he sure simply because it doesn't make sense to him? Or is he sure because there's actually good reason to be sure?
I mean, if she doesn't want to go, we just don't take her, right?
But
She
would
can
he
be the
will?
one to convince him.
The question then is what do we do about him?
Da.
Well, I mean, I could just leave him. If it comes down to it, right?
We could. If he refuses to leave, we might have no choice.
I'm not sure this would sit well with me, as he is a good person. He has helped us in past.
But what if we just take the other man thing?
Either way, I'm thinking the minute we are taking her, there is going to be search. Where are we going to hide her? If only we are knowing of a
With the-
vacant shop.
Or with the wolves.
Oh, we do know of a vacant shop. You misses that you were doing a wee joke there.
Yes.
It's not vacant. He's left an unconscious drunk man in it.
Those don't count.
That's his house now.
That's his home.
Yeah.
He's now complicit.
The question is, if we get her out, where do we take her? The powerful family will undoubtedly send out guards to be looking everywhere.
You also know every guard in the city is
Perhaps,
paid for by them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, whoever's in charge has to fund the defense of the place.
perhaps the Thackies are still have a bit of a feud with the Tonans.
Or just out for this evening.
Hmm?
Just hide her Scooby-Doo style in their house.
Yeah.
Now, you don't need to necessarily hide her long.
Yeah, I'm sure Canty can get her out.
If we,
Well, his plan was not even to, how you say, plan to get her out. He just wanted to run in and get her. I think he is going, how you say, very strong head. I'm thinking he is not thought of way of to get her out of city. Is maybe plan to hide her in city first, or till things quieten down. But chances of being found in city are then quite high. It is something I'm thinking we should have discussed with him.
Aye, that's probably a good point, but
I guess we do know of the shop, so we will take him. If you take there, not to hotel, and not here anyway. But if he has planned to get out of city, how would I know this to meet up with you?
I'll give you this for free. You do remember passing lots of abandoned places on the way in Evershed.
Or I mean,
farms and what have you.
Yeah, there's
Mhm.
loads of abandoned places nearby.
Oh yeah, once we get out of the city, there's tons of options.
yeah, but it's getting out of the city that's going to be interesting.
I still have invisibility.
Or still Fleabite.
I mean, yeah.
Just put thingy in, Sarah in Fleabite's bag, walk out of city. It's like,
I mean, invisibility out of the city is grand. It's just, until we can get to the point where we can safely get her out, invisibility isn't going to do a damn if we're going to have to, wander through the night while there are guards looking everywhere. So yeah, like somewhere for July low temporarily would be valuable, but I don't know if we can necessarily use that shop simply because it's somewhere we've been seen possibly going.
True.
and it's quite central, right? To the city, like it's near the
Yeah.
square and stuff. So
Is there anywhere?
That we know of that we've passed that's abandoned.
So remember the north end of town where the Majestic Magpie Inn was. That's slightly less. That's more rundown. That part of town. I wouldn't say it's abandoned, but it's a bit more rundown.
Are there sewers?
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say
have a
how good
plan.
they are, but there probably is a sewer of some kind.
We might be able to temporarily hide her in the sewers, and who better to guide us in the sewers than
That
Levi?
I dare.
No, just going shopping. But Fleabite, in theory, does have time to do a wee recce.
It's just so like
The
racist
idea
and typecast, right?
No, he's
Is correct.
good at what he does.
Fleabite, you might be more suited to this than I. How will have you noticed any sewer entrances, say of person size, maintenance or what have you?
Has Fleabite?
Oh dear.
Bearing in mind this,
Yeah.
Fleabite would notice these sort of things about the city if they existed.
Yeah, that is correct. But we did cover about familiarity with cities and how you're not so used to it. So what your old perception? We'll see.
Yeah.
Perception.
God, that
What's a
gif is horrible.
perception? It is, but you posted that your cat.
Sorry, it's Bill.
It's fun.
I'm just gonna delete it. It has to go.
Can I redeem some triumph?
Yes.
Yes, that is wise. I agree. Also, please keep the cat near the mic. I love it. My
Right,
cat,
he wants attention.
good. Cats are.
Yeah. So I guess you've spotted some fairly obvious sewer entrances. Yeah.
I'm doing a thumbs up. You can't see it, but I am.
I'll do it on camera for you there, Colin. There you go. Proxy
Yeah.
thumbs up.
Yes, there is tunnel sewer in as if it's great many nest warrens, but I'm not sure how extensive, wide range that the span out tunnel is.
It doesn't have to be too far. They're not likely to be able to search for her too deeply in the tunnels. Guards are going to have a hell of a time trudging through sewers. I'm sure the lady herself won't much like it, but if she's happy with the plan, if she is willing to stay, then we can't do much about that. But if she does want to leave, then surely she's going to prefer a bit of temporary discomfort than being trapped.
What if, as soon as freedom, yes, they set off from city straightway, it is possible that Packlord seizes up all entrances to City Nest Warren, and none may leave.
It depends how quickly they are noticing she is missing.
If they not notice, then all the better reason to leave at once.
Da.
And that's a good point, but it would also be very conspicuous if we happen to.
All disappear at once, leaving me to hold the reins.
Why would we all need to disappear? Just Man-Thing Warren, can't he?
I realize I used the word Warren a lot.
That's true. That's true.
You're right, we could disappear the house.
We could perhaps avoid any awkward questions by setting out after the fact to the cave quite openly, and then
I love the idea of just walking through this. Well, that's just us off on our walk to the cave.
Look at us walking over here so innocently.
in terms of hiring horses,
Yeah.
telling.
Yeah, the
Madame
sensible
Morale,
way, not the funny way. Yeah.
Ooh.
and that would create the impression that we weren't particularly worried about being seen to leave the city.
Mhm.
Would you would probably still ask us some questions because I'm sure you're probably suspicious of us.
Yeah, and the only
if
thing is,
she-
people would have saw you arrive with him, but then you parted ways pretty quickly. It wasn't like you engaged for like 3 days,
and
right?
let's- exactly. If we're not able to be connected to them too readily, and
Yeah, because it's
say
just
that they
people
have
traveling is
checkpoints.
normal, right? People traveling together on a road, especially to the middle of nowhere like this place. Yeah, normal. So
Because what I'm thinking is like leaving, right? In the next little while, the next few days at least, there's probably going to be a lot of checkpoints and things to go through. And I think that is actually good for us because it would mean that we could leave, be investigated, be found not to have her with us,
Mhm.
and then be on our way.
Mhm.
And we would, come back because we are doing a job for him. But whether or not he's still going to give a shit about this job after the bride disappears. But then, of course, this is assuming it actually is a wedding present.
Mhm.
And it doesn't have some intrinsic value to him, because it could be both. It could be a wedding present and the box of Dong Schloggoth, the Annihilator, or something. It could be both.
was that their marital aid? Like what?
I'm like, what?
Yeah,
What a honeymoon.
it's one of those rings that has the no.
No. The vibrant
I mean,
colours, yes.
Did we ever completely rule out the possibility that the box is the sister?
No, we didn't. But then, why would he need us to find it?
You would know that she wasn't because of his thing.
Magic.
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
no,
which vibe
that
is-
doesn't rule it out because you don't know what happened to the box you think is the box in that cave because they blacked
true.
out. And then technically, if Rune knew what that was, if it was indeed what you think it is, wouldn't he just give it to Tonanas like, look how badass I am, turning up to your wedding?
Mm.
And then that means it would be inside.
So then
Wait,
wouldn't
what?
Tonan just tell us that he doesn't need us anymore?
Right?
rather than pay us. Yeah, so let's assume he does need us. That would suggest that the box is not her.
Mhm.
It might not mean that the box actually, given that he's given us a time limit, it probably means the box has some connection to the wedding. But then it's also possible that it is something that would also have value in and of itself, or something that is maybe not something you would necessarily associate with being a wedding gift. So
Complete conjecture. It could be something to help get rid of the armband.
Just a giant crowbar. Or it's like, I don't know, some kind of a blacksmith in there, just in the box to cut it off her wrist. Like, oh dear.
a vampire, just as a gift.
Here, a gift of this vampire.
I definitely think that is an opportunity, because as I say, like, not being around for like a day or two in the aftermath does seem like a good idea, and having that thing where we conspicuously leave and are noticed not to
The
have
good thing
her
is,
because
if you do something obvious, right, for tonight, you've got somebody at the theatre, which is obviously quite a popular event, which means Adair has an alibi, which takes a bit of the heat, if you will, off that.
alibis for the rest of it is a difficulty.
Yeah, because, I mean, actually the hardest person to have an alibi is the DCC, because who even knows which one of you isn't there, right?
No, I'll just have all of my people collaborate with the others.
Or you could just say, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen him actually in a few days."
Nah, he's with Theo.
That's so suspicious, though.
So should we try and not be seen by Lady Emerald when we leave?
It's a fair point.
Yeah. That'll be easy if she's at the theatre.
That
Right.
does. I do wonder, considering she was interfering with the tables, her tables, and chairs. She was footing tables and chairs as if arranging them for some sort of event, and she's not going to be there. Does she have provisions arranged for her being out, or is she expecting Xarxus to handle it, or we should perhaps ask?
Imagine Falcon 2 days into her new job. You're the manager tonight. What? We've all been there, right? Where you got
I mean, I can believe that. Yeah.
responsibility thrust upon you. Yep. That'd be interesting.
I mean, the only person who knows that she's not going to be here tonight and saw her arranging those things
Helped, in fact, arrange those things.
would be Mr. Adair.
Hmm.
Don't know if to ask her about.
Yeah, neither does Adair.
Right, well let's cut to the part where we have a Dylan decide if Xarxus is going to speak to Falcon about the plan or not.
Do we need her? For
I think she could be useful.
But has Fleabite kind of now taken on a very similar role?
yeah, I don't think we need her for anything.
Arguably, if Fleabite's on the bottom of the trench coat and Falcon's on the top of the trench coat, she doesn't need a mask.
My God, that's brilliant.
And the trench coat itself is another person.
Well, she has 2 cardigans, so there we go. And if you buy her that fancy cloak, but not too fancy as to be eye-catching. Right? I mean, just saying, am I the only one coming up with plans here?
Yes.
I think so.
Planning.
Well, you don't need to include Falcon. Like, keep in mind, Falcon's kind of your +1 NPC here, DCC. So, yeah. But what's the plan? Because I'm just gonna burn another hour if we keep hesitating.
Well, so someone needs to raise the issue of the whereabouts of a certain madame.
Oh, do not worry. Madame Emerald, she is going out this evening. She is telling me. She's going to the theatre.
Well, we won't have to worry about her seeing us, but who's running this place?
If he's still open, and then I would assume that the Falcon is in charge. She is proving herself quite well.
Cuts
She
to
was
the
downstairs,
kitchen
she
where
was
she's
very
just
busy.
like wiping her nose on her sleeve as it cuts back to the room.
She
Let's find
sneezes.
out before we do anything else.
Mhm.
I'll head on down and snoop around, nodding to myself. Yes, yes, I can be very inconspicuous
Good practice.
when I'm allowed to be inconspicuous in the open.
Well, Adair would mention to them that he is in great need of some fine duds, fancy duds for tonight. So he is going to be hitting the town, the clothes section of
We could
somewhere.
Maybe Xerxes could go with you for the supply run as well, if Fleabite's willing to.
Yeah.
Like, if you can obfuscate Fleabite on the way,
Mhm.
that wouldn't be the worst thing, right? Get him an obfuscation device, because Fleabite has a lot of money. So does obviously Adair. So yeah, and
Is Fleabite willing to buy this stuff for us?
I just mean the stuff he wanted. Fleabite has a
Oh.
list of things he wants.
Hmm.
Why would he buy you things?
That's what I was. I thought that's what
But
you
then
were implying.
they would just be giving you his things to hold temporarily. That doesn't even sound like Fleabite.
Yes, you'd expect collateral, and then his own things
Falcon.
returned as well.
Oh dear. But anyway, so is that the plan then? Are three of you gonna go off into town and then leave Vanguard to
Yeah.
snoop?
Yes.
And by that, I think what
Okay.
we mean is we can have Vanguard just staggered behind, because we'll just keep you together in town. I think that's a sensible idea, personally.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vanguard will know where we're going, so he can catch up with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what dwarves are known for, catching up. And
Yeah.
yeah.
That's low.
Turned into
I
a
apparently
panther.
need an eyelash encased in gum Arabic.
It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. So, so Vanguard. Everybody else makes their heads for the door and leaves. You're downstairs in the
So-
lobby.
Do I see the madame?
If you go into the lobby, yeah. So you're in the hallway, I guess. I know I said lobby twice. Lounge is what I meant to say the second time. Lounge. If you head into the lounge, you can see she's got Falcon struggling to lift a table on top of another table.
Is anyone else about?
No.
I don't think, but hello. Can I help you there?
I think Falcon just tentatively says, yes. She's like pushing this table on top of the other one.
Let me give you a hand. Let me give you a hand. I will go over and
Yeah.
help them.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Madame Emerald stares at the fact that there's a table on top of another table. She goes, no, I don't know what I was thinking. That's stupid. How would they reach their
Okay.
drinks?
Can I ask what you're arranging the tables for?
She looks over at you and she goes, well, somebody has to.
Oh no, I don't mean why. I mean like, what's the occasion? Is Xerxes performing the night?
Oh no. I've not actually seen him today. She looks around vaguely at the in the lobby. Lounge, that was right the first time. The lounge.
Oh.
And then she looks at you again, looks at Falcon, and looks at the table and goes, it has to come back down. Falcon just tuts, because she's clearly fed up of this already.
Oh yeah, I'll help. I'll help.
Yeah, and like Falcon doesn't let you do it, if that makes sense. She'll help you do it. Definitely not willing to just stand back and let you do
No,
it.
that's right. He is actively helping
Yeah.
rather than just taking over.
Yeah.
So is somebody else performing then? A new person? I mean, somebody else.
She'll mutter something and then looks at you and then she says, no. Just making the place look nice, you know?
All right. I was just a bit confused because I thought Adair had said that you were going to the thingy bobber too. What's the
Please go with her, Vanguard.
The theatre.
Please go with her.
Absolutely zero chance. Yeah, there's something on at the theatre. He's going with the oh, what's that? You know, librarian.
Be her date.
She kind of nods and she goes, "Yes." He mentioned something about that, I believe.
I'm sure he said to me that you were also going to it.
Did he now?
Oh, yeah, he said the whatever it is. I can't remember the name of the play, and Vanger certainly
Yeah.
can't either.
And then she goes,
Ah,
the Warrow.
the one with with the he's got the rapier. Yes, that
Okay.
one.
She goes, yes. Some kind of fanciful nonsense. Yes. Should be good.
I think it's great. Who's running the place tonight? Is it we?
Falcon like puts her hands on her hips and puffs out her chest. And Emerald says, "No, we shall be closed tonight.
Oh,
all,
right.
all the guests have keys."
Oh no, that's fair enough. That's no problem. We'll manage. We'll manage for one
This
night.
one's
sure.
been working a few days straight now, so she gets a night off finally.
Well,
She says that
that's
like
very nice.
very matter of factly, as if Madame Emerald's having a go at the establishment, right? The way she says that, even though she's the establishment. Falcon just kind of nods, like, well, I guess that's true, because she doesn't know how jobs work. So, yeah.
Very good, very good. I'll enjoy that, I'm sure. Right, okay. Well, as you say, we've got keys, so we'll manage just fine. Well,
Did you need something? She kind of like almost like
no,
going back
I
into
just,
host mode. Yeah.
I was just about to head out for a wee bit, and I saw you were moving.
It seems like a lovely day for it. Very bright.
Aye, it
Yes,
should be.
It's really not that bright, obviously, but it might be by Evershed standards.
Forever shade, anyway. Aye, it's not the sunniest place.
Kind of shakes her head dismissively. Never has been.
Any road up, I'll head out then. Sure I won't be back too late.
And she just kind of she goes to say something and then she stops herself, and then she says, like, just as you're like maybe heading off or whatever, she'll turn to Falcon and just be like, "Hey, come on, let's get these tables sorted." Falcon just tuts.
Bye then out.
She kind of like does that thing where she like waves with like her wrist at you. Yeah. Almost dismissively, but not in the rude sense, just in the fact that she's like being polite but busy.
Yeah.
Or she's clearly
Yeah,
distracted.
attention is now elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. She definitely seems, you know. What's the word I'm looking for here? Occupied. That was it. But yeah. So like then you head off to catch up with the gang.
Oh sure.
Yeah. So I guess we just cut to the part where we see a decelerating jog from a dwarf. Reach the group.
That is attract attention. I will be speed walking, power walking.
Because that would attract attention.
Well, people probably assume dwarfs have to do that all the time anyway.
But yeah, so where just head first? Where's first on the agenda?
Well, is our main shopping district
Yeah, the square.
the square? Yeah. Head to the square and then see what we see first.
What are you looking for first? And we'll see if it's there.
Well, personally, I'm looking for a fancy Dutch store, like fine wear, fancy suits, stuff like that.
Sure.
If they've got
I
a
guess
kilt
there's,
shop, I'd go for that.
there's probably a very fancy clothing shop, yeah.
As soon as Adair spots that, he would point to it to be like, "Well, this is where I am needing to be going. What are you doing?" To Fleabite services.
This is the weirdest. I need an eyelash encased in gun Arabic. I need some materials for my spells.
I've not caught up with. I'm about to catch up with.
No,
you
you've caught up
anyway.
with them for the scene, yeah.
Do you not have anything you can substitute or some sort of focus that you can use to chant? We should not talk about this so loudly in public. Do you have some sort of focus you can use to chant?
Wait. Do you not need components if you have the focus?
I feel like we covered this in How to Be a Spellcaster 101, but let's go over it again. So, does it have consumed in the spell or a cost listed against them?
No.
Then no. So you need your
Well, shit.
you need an arcane focus though.
Well, then shoot, I don't even need to be here. Oh no, we're just shopping for flea bite here.
You turn to Xerxes and he wasn't there the whole time. He was nothing but a wisp of cloud.
Took a thing from Cynthia.
Like, it's like the end of Mulholland Drive.
Oof.
It's nothing like the end of Mulholland Drive. There's the vaguest possible similarity. Anyway, yeah. So, if you guys are shopping, I don't really have anything I need to shop for. So, is there anything useful I can be doing at the moment?
What else do you need to do for the plan to work? Because
Well, the plan's just
yeah, tell us,
Hmm.
please tell us. Yeah.
well, the plan's to get her. If she agrees to accompany, is the plan just to get her straight out? Then I would probably go to the Tanana estate and try and find the best, quickest route, like the quietest route, the one you think will be the quietest route.
Yeah, so like trying to
Okay.
like map the city a bit, because I feel like you've got
Uh-huh.
a buddy that's perfect for that. That's Fleabag,
Yeah.
by the way.
I was thinking it was Fleabite and not Gandhi. Could be Gandhi.
Gandhi with
so-
the street urchin background, yeah.
Well, maybe not Gandhi. What was it? He was a lawyer, I think. Anyway, that's not relevant.
No,
Uh,
what has been tonight? 4%.
In many ways, Brian, everything is relevant. Think about it from
Galactic scale?
a holistic.
A holistic scale. It's all connected. Yeah. Fucking hell. Anyway, why do you just let him
what am I
talk so
talking about?
much? This is what
Does?
happens. This is 2 sessions of planning, guys. This is what happens. Anyway, so you were saying.
I kind of lost track.
Same.
No, yeah, like so presumably there is something more useful I could be doing. Like, yeah, and we could go scope out. Unfortunately, we're probably the most conspicuous coupling because, well, maybe not the most, but one of the more conspicuous couplings because neither of us can shapeshift and we're both distinctly not human. Perhaps though, if we're just sort of taking a walk near the estate and happen to, notice some features, that's not so. That's invulnerability.
I know, but it's the components, and I just needed to find something that had the component.
All
Project
right,
I wanted.
I thought you'd made the classic.
No.
Classic.
Invulnerability versus
I will.
invisibility.
I will never. It's not a classic. It's invincibility versus invulnerability. But
Yes, you're correct.
the 9th level would never be mistaken. Trust me. Since
I've
that's
never made the mistake.
that's top tier magics.
so,
it's
yeah.
just the first thing I could find in the eye list of spells.
Yeah.
What's an eye list? I would, yeah. So maybe I would go like a walk. Presumably, there's some nice areas around that. Like, could we inconspicuously sort of take in, or are we gonna have to actually be like wandering around the perimeter fence?
What of the Tanana estate?
Yeah, or castle, or
So I think
mountain.
the idea of you walking around the Tanana estate inconspicuously. I mean, I'll let you roll stealth, right? That's definitely a thing you can do. Yeah. Remember, it will be a group stealth check, which means it's the lowest roll that matters out of the team. And yeah, I think these two are the most fucked up, right?
Yeah, we are not in a
Oh,
good position.
sorry, is
to actually-
Fleabite part of that?
I thought it was Fleabite
Yeah.
and Vanguard.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I thought you meant Adair and. Okay, well, first, Fleabite needs to go shopping. And would kind of like to do. Well, depending on the outcome of the shopping, may have other things that he needs to do.
Okay.
So,
First of all, on that.
Well, that's when you speak up when we say who's buying what. So, what are you buying? Where do you take people?
Well, Fleabite would like to go to Mystics and Miscellany or a similar shop.
Okay, yeah, that can just be called the same name for the sake of just removing the set to a new place to film for budget reasons.
Franchise.
Yeah, look, a franchise.
Do you remember the shop owners' names though?
I want to say Bill.
I think that was the people that she changed into in the kitchen.
Fair.
Um,
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
I don't remember, so it's fine. Those people are recast now. Um, yeah, I don't know, but anyway, so you can
Man,
you can find the equivalent, you know.
Mon Mothma?
Yeah, right. Do you know, it's fine. Somebody actually finally called her Senator Mothma in an episode of Rebels, and I was very pleased that somebody referred to her as just Mothma at one point, because it's a weird ass name.
mhm.
And because you always just hear her called Mon Mothma, never just hey Mon.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if it was like a name or two
Hmm.
names or what.
Yeah, but somebody calls her Senator Mothma. I'm like, good. That's some
So Mon is
lower.
her first. Mon is her given name. Good to know.
Oh dear, just really, really toked out parents. Anyway, so
Mon.
here we are in this game. So we find some kind of alchemy shop, I assume is what you're looking for, more than anything else, Fleabite. Yeah.
So I think Fleabite would go in, and to the store clerk,
Yeah.
and say,
Is this place dwelling where can buy purchase for useful items? Yes, yes.
Are you just letting Fleabite go off and do this on his own? Yeah, folks? You all go off
I
and do your own
mean-
shopping adventures and meet back in the square? Is that the plan?
Actually, I might
Yeah.
have something that can be useful with. So yeah.
Sure, cool. So I'm just going to assume that everybody goes their separate ways briefly, and we'll reconvene in a moment, just for the scene. And yeah, so the youngish woman, shopkeep, kind of looks up, kind of like looks around the shop. There's like a big table in the middle, and then there's like space around it with loads of like jars and stuff up the walls, and a counter like almost like Cheers, the way they kind of look at like the kind of bar area. There's like a little kind of counter like that. She leaves. She walks up and she spots you and goes, "Oh, hello." Just stares at you, Fleabite. Startled, to say the least.
Yes, yes. Useful components and pieces for magic use. Yes, yes.
Oh, has there been some kind of magical accident?
Wow.
Not yet. Yes, yes.
Oh god.
Oh, what do you need? Looks confused and tense.
Is this place where I can purchase, buy things for useful nature to be used in faraway lands? Yes, yes.
I think so.
Is this place where questions not asked and not answered? Yes, yes.
Dad. And then you just hear some like muffled shouting from upstairs. She like turns back to you politely and goes, "Just a moment." And then she like heads back, doesn't leave the room, but like heads back to like the doorway and then like shouts up, clearly a set of stairs that are obfuscated by the wall. And she's just like, "Dad!" really loudly. And you just hear like, clearly just censored guffawing and huffing and possible profanity. And you hear the thump, 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 thump of the stairs. It's just a very well fed man. Idles in to the scene, and a big kind of red bushy mustache, and he looks you up and down. He goes, "That's a big one." And then she goes, he wanted I'll let him tell you." And then the dad just like does a double take at the door, like, "What?" And he looks at you and goes, "Well, thing."
I think Fleabite would just like to put one gold piece onto like the counter,
Mhm.
and just just pop that there, and then say,
Is this place dwelling to buy purchase of useful items that will be used far away in another times and questions not asked or answered?
The guy like pulls up his loosely fitting trousers from the back, and then just like walks around you, like like if you're at the counter and he's by the side of it, he just like walks around to like behind you, and goes, "Fuck me, it talks."
Wow.
He goes, "What? What are you? What are you?" And he kind of like he goes to poke you, but doesn't. Because it's quite an intimidating
Is this
sight,
place
you know,
dwelling where
like a 3.5 foot rat monster in a tattered robe isn't exactly the most welcoming or reassuring image to see. Yeah, so just repeat the same thing again, yeah.
I put another gold piece onto the onto the counter.
Like he goes, "Fucking hell, it talks." And he just like he just looks incredulous, right? And then he occasionally shakes his head and like like rubs his hand into his bushy ginger mustache, and then just goes, What do you want then? What? Looks at the money. Stares back at you.
is this place dwelling where
And he kind of like he waves his hand and he's like, No, I got that. You want stuff? What stuff though?
I think first of all, I would put on Fleabite's going to put on another 50 gold pieces.
Okay.
And ask for the
Suspense.
Sorry.
Okay.
The things that is needed for that.
Okay, so you can prepare and deliver deadly poisons, blah 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 blah. I see. Sure. Do you want to roll a nature check just for me though?
Yes. Can I
Captain!
use my proficiency and the fact that I have a thieves kit to a poisoner's kit?
No, you can roll the poisoner's kit, yeah. You can roll that with intellect, right? Or wisdom, one of the two. Okay. And yeah. The guy looks at your list, scratches his head, and it's like, these are quite nasty when you combine them. He looks you up and down with like, one slightly bulging eye compared to the other one. And then he looks at the pile of money, looks back at you, and looks back at the list. And he goes,
then great care taken when mixing, yes.
he looks you up and looks you up and down, and he goes, "Aye, I would say that you want to be whatever's led to this, avoid that." And he just gestures at you vaguely. Kind of just looks at you, trying to gauge Fleabite's reaction to anything.
I think just sort of like trying to like understand how buying and things works.
This is a big step for Fleabite.
Is this how it always goes? Just like, okay.
No wonder I steal.
Difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, players that play Skaven. Yeah. Aye. So, is there any kind of body language from Fleabite that you can gauge?
Probably like slightly this like cocked to the side, kind of not understanding, and say,
Yes, avoid, that is the point, yes.
Right. Hmm. He nods. He goes, well. He looks up and it's what 52 gold in total you've put on the counter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He kind of just goes, well, okay. Rolls up the list, hands it back to you. He goes, you'll forgive me if I've not got any hand pressed bags to give you with these particular items. Okay, Lord looks at you, and like noses at like the symbol of the shop, and clearly all their bags have like ink pressed, like their Asda logo, on the side. He's obviously not going to give you we bought all these things, these poisons from here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's giving you the subtle nod of probably just going to give you an inconspicuous way to get all the stuff. And then he, takes the money, puts a collection of nefarious substances on there, possibly not from any obvious shelves that you could have seen initially. And then he looks at you and he goes, now, if you're caught using any of that, we don't know each other.
I think I would put. Fleabag's going to put another gold piece onto the counter and say,
Perhaps best that we simply do not know each other. Yes, yes.
And he picks up the coin and taps it against his head and just like almost like he's tipping his hat with the coin at you. Well, good day.
I think ask a bit further.
Do have climb piece equipment. Yes.
And by that I do mean a climber's kit.
And he kind of like gestures around the various jars. And he's like, no, I don't. Kind of shakes his head vaguely.
Probably best to buy those from different shops in general, I would say.
No, but that's how you seed in the crime case. So yeah, he does not have a climber's kit, unfortunately. It's questionable whether or not he has a poisoner's kit, to be honest.
I think we could then continue with asking
Asking.
Does have any more exotic ingredients? Yes, yes.
We kind of just goes, more exotic than what I just gave you. He kind of like blows out a lot of air and rubs his hand at the back of his head, revealing like clearly like holes in his top and stuff like that under his arm. And then he looks at you and goes, "No, those are questionable enough to be holding. Never mind selling together." I give you like a look. What exactly are you? Do you know? I don't even want to know. I think he like comes to the front of the store and looks out the doorway. Kind of looks left and right, and then comes back and goes, "Okay, nobody's looking. I think you should go now." Kind of just nods at you.
Then I think just pop one more gold coin on like the counter and head out.
Yeah, not bad. Are we six gold profit for the man? Not bad. Never mind the 50 gold of
Worth
clearly
deals, yeah.
dodgy stuff. Yeah. Well, gold means very little to Fleabite, so yeah, you get your your brown bag of dodgy goods. Yeah.
Now, is there perhaps anyone slightly dodgier looking that might be selling things?
What are you after besides a climber's kit?
Some more exotic poison things.
I see, such as?
things that could be used to make essence of ether or drow poison.
You probably won't find anything that makes drow poison here.
I figured that was a
Yeah,
long shot, but
that's like
yeah,
that's
having to find a drow.
like yeah, like
They
Well-
all know how to make.
Little Bellinor. It's actually just tea, but they call it drow's poison. But you need to go to Bellinor for that, not Little Bellinor, Bellinor. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
there's various poisons like just that don't talk about what they're made of, and so it would just be maybe some of them as well. But
Yeah, I feel like that would need to be some kind of underworld nefarious backwater rule that you'd want to do, to find somebody that would supply something super off shelf, you know.
roll skullduggery.
Right, the
Which
best
one
skill.
system?
Damn it! If only. Although that actually has knowledge underworld in it as well, so it's literally the perfect system for this role. Maybe that's something you'd want to speak to the DCC about. To be fair, since they do know the people of the city more so than the city itself. But let's go to. I'll come back to you in a second, Fleabite. I'll let you collate your plan, and we'll go to the Adair Taylor adventures.
Ah.
MD going with Adair out of the group. I know Fleabite didn't.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, cool.
Good. I need a wingman to help me choose what's.
Yeah.
You know.
Mhm.
Does this make my butt look big?
Yes, get it.
That's actually
Yes.
it's a sign of wealth in Evershade.
I was going to say, it could it actually be?
Some nobles can tell each other from the clap of their cheeks.
Oh dear, it's actually what a standing ovation is. But anyway, moving on. So you head to, some kind of fancy dud store.
Yes.
What price range are we looking at? Are we going for normal clothing? Are we going to?
I want to look like him.
Okay.
Check it.
So the BBC costume department then, is that where we're going?
Yes!
Okay.
I no longer want to go. I cannot take part in this.
Dear
No,
God. Woof.
I believe. Yes. Oh, look, the bed gives me something to hold on to.
Poor Stacky. Anyway, so you head into
Yes, go into what looks like the finer of the shops. You know, the one that has things on display but looks the fanciest, I guess.
Sure, yes. So one with an actual window with mannequin type things in it, not just
Yeah.
urchins paid to wear clothes for the day.
I don't know if they can afford to pay urchins for a whole day. That's kind of impressive.
Clothes nailed to the wall.
Just with urchins
The
pocketed into
clothes
them.
hole.
Nobody in here gets that joke, Colin.
It doesn't matter. I do it anyway.
Oh dear. Let me see.
The jokes aren't for other people.
What's a good M word for clothing? I got an M word for clothing. M.
American.
Montage?
Mall.
Okay,
Yeah.
these are actually just.
Macy's?
Those are stores.
Marmalade.
Lady.
Yeah. But
Okay.
presumably she's a rival to Lady Emerald.
Mullet?
Madame Emerald.
Never mind, these are terrible at this game. So, so the store is just called Meals. Because, Yes.
Poor the guys.
It's that Meals.
Meows.
Macy and Mall. Got it.
No, it's actually just Rick Mail. That's that actor from the GIF. It's just his last name. Yeah. Yep. I'm not gonna be responsible for all the names in this. So yeah, Mayal, the store, and you head in, and there is about 4 people that stand up when you walk in, all immaculately dressed, and two of them come straight to the pair of you, and offer to take your outerwear.
Oh, thank you. And I'd give them my big jacket.
Yes, I do too.
And
Would I have my sword? I mean, I would have my sword, but would I give them my sword? Is that normal practice when you go into a shop?
general etiquette.
I mean, I don't know etiquette.
Then no, you wouldn't know what
Nope.
to do then, would you? So yeah, they take their stuff. Two of them obviously take your clothes, like your outerwear, off, and then one of them hands it to the other, and then the one that stays says, "May I get you something to drink, gentlemen?"
Please, a beverage would be good. Very dry of mouth. Going to theater tonight. Need to look best.
And then the other one looks towards you, Xarxes,
Yes, yeah, I'll take some.
nods, and
Doing his best to appear fanciful.
then they say, "Please, have a seat." And it's like a coffee table with like two kind of almost like quarter circle couches facing it.
Ah,
like-
Jesus.
And they walk away somewhere to get the drinks. Then
Adair would whisper to Xarxes, "My word, this is very fancy place.
You sure know how to pick them.
It looked like it was best one, but did not expect this."
as you say,
Clearly, you're getting
kinda
the best.
as you literally
Go
sit down, there's a third that appears into the seating area and says, "And how can I help you gentlemen today? I hear that there is a theatre this evening. Is that correct? Drinks will
Aye.
be with us shortly." And then they just smile very politely, this lady. She claps her hands in front of her.
So yes, I'm the one going to theatre tonight with the lovely lady, but long travel here, and what was good clothes is not so good no more. I am not one familiar with the fashions of the Evershads, but I well, when seeing Lord Tonen, he is telling me of how good the story is.
Like, there's a wee bit of red that appears in her cheek, right? A wee bit of red. Then she says, "You are a guest for the Tunan wedding?"
Нет, I in fact am working for Milord.
She kind of nods. Just, "I see. Very good. Well, I'm sure that we'll find you something quite proper for this evening's festivities." She kind of nods. And then, like, this person, the second person that you dealt with at the door, appears with the drinks for you both.
Thank you.
It's clearly just wine. Afternoon wine. And
I like the shop.
This is a good shop. With the right person.
I would happily shop like that all day.
right? It's so good.
Yeah.
This is like Brian's dream shopping simulator. It'd be better if there's a smell of toast in the air at all times.
Wine and toast.
Yeah, you don't actually have to buy anything, just other people buy things in the store while you just get to experience the buying. But anyway, so the third lady stands there and goes, "And yourself, sir?" And motions to you, Xarxes.
I'm here to help.
"Oh, excellent. A second pair of eyes, as it were."
Mhm.
She kind of like nods briefly. And then she says, "Well, follow me, gentlemen. You literally have just picked up your glasses."
Yeah, I was like, what?
And then like she clacks down the hardwood floor into the back of the very, very large shop. I assume you follow.
Yes.
I assume you are taking the drinks with you.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course.
And yeah, you pass like at least another two members of staff on the way past, and then you get to the like essentially like a bunch of half mannequins and various like outfits or parts of outfit or like patterns of outfits of all different types of styles are pinned like around the room. It's a bit like an Iron Man armory, but for just normal clothes. Or fancy clothes, I should say. She steps in and she like pivots on the spot and turns back and she goes, "We have many styles, domestic and exotic." She like waves vaguely at the room, very proud, clearly, of the collection she has. Then she kind of says, "Is there any particular style that you are fond of?"
Adair would sort of look to Xerxes and go, I am one who is good with what is popular now.
Then she goes, "Yes, something contemporary. I see."
But traditional contemporary.
Of course,
Something to impress someone who's used to nobles.
to impress Lord Tunan. She like raises an eyebrow.
Нет, I am going to the theatre this evening with the Lady Tiki,
Oh, I see.
and I was wishing to look best for her.
And you work for Lord Tunan, you said.
This is correct.
Excellent. She smiles. And then she like turns and she like walks deeper into the room full of all the mannequins. And then she says, as she's walking with like her back to you guys, "I had initially thought you were taking each other to the theatre." And she kind of does like a very fake forced laugh of "ha."
If only I were so lucky. Like, the woe is me. The back of my hand on my forehead.
Do you want to roll performance to see how hammed up it is?
Beautiful.
Hell yeah. You definitely. She believes that you seem gutted that you're not the one going. And then she walks down past a few mannequins and stops and like clearly like indicates one that she's happy with, and she says, "Yes, it's supposedly quite a very excellent like performance, show performance, whatever the word would be."
I have heard this. Quite a lot of people are attending this evenings.
Yes, it's a limited
Yes.
run. She kind of nods briefly, in the way somebody that didn't have a ticket would nod.
Mhm.
And then she goes, "This is slightly experimental in design. I was trying to put in some of the early monarchy themes before the move. There is your tradition," and she like just gestures to vague parts of the outfit, right, which obviously mean very little to yourself, other than they look like random effects on the clothing. And then she then mentions, and goes, "And here, as you can see, the slim waist and tapered cape is the more contemporary. I believe this would be your modern yet traditional." She kind of like gives you a very look, like.
Can I quickly see when I said that I was taking Lady Thaki and she asked, "I work for
Mhm.
Tunan." Did Adair pick up on anything the way she said, like, "I work for Tunan" the minute I mentioned Thaki?
Let us
Like,
ask
did
the
she-
dice.
Pardon?
Let's ask the dice.
Let's ask the dice. And so,
Now, when you say dice,
Mhm.
what are dice really?
Excuse me. Yeah, it definitely was. It was a weird thing to be asked, right? Yeah, a weird thing to just bring up. So yeah.
But I take it I don't really read anything.
I
on
mean,
her.
No, like there's very little to
No.
gain from her just asking that question, other than it's a weird thing to ask because you mentioned Taki.
But well, upon hearing about the clothes, so you are well, how you say, versed in history of the Evershites.
From and then I don't remember the word I'm looking for here.
Seamstress point of view?
No.
Certain point of
No, I was gonna say like satirical, but I don't know if that's what I mean. What is the word I'm looking for here?
shrug.
There's a word.
Sartorial?
Bird?
Yeah, I think sartorial. The thing that means clothing or how you're dressed.
I can't even remember what that means actually myself. I need to Google it. Oh yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, sartorial is the word I was looking for. I just couldn't think. I couldn't get.
Well done.
Yeah, there we go. Sartorial. Perfect.
I didn't know I knew that.
Again, I knew it. I just hadn't the clicky bits to make it make sense.
But did you know you knew?
I knew it. That was at least how we differ.
Okay.
Yes, but you had the word. I needed to know I knew it. But yes, sartorial. From a sartorial point of view only, I'm a bit of a history buff. Like kind of bends our like puts almost the top of her wrist pressed against the small of her back as she arcs to turn it use.
I'm picking up on this from what you are saying of styles of clothing. So tell me, you know much of noble families?
And then she does like a small smirk, right? I feel like Michelle Gomez is playing this woman, out of all people. Even if she's not necessarily as mad as Michelle Gomez normally is. Let's see what gifts.
I like it. I dig that cast.
Like this is Michelle Gomez. It's maybe not what this woman's wearing, but yeah, it seems to fit.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so she pivots and then like points at the far side of the room, starting with like the right hand mannequin, and then she just like points at each one of them individually and names the house its designs are from, and she just works through the room at various different mannequins, and she lists a whole bunch of noble house names.
It's very impressive. Do I hear Tonan or Thake involved in any of
You
them?
hear all the noble houses you have been made aware of,
Oh.
including Eric.
Eric.
Yep.
Oh, ho ho
Yep.
ho! Color me intrigued.
Yeah.
Now, I do not have that name written down in my list of names.
No.
He's the drunk. He's the drunk.
Drunk that you guys left in
Eric.
my house.
Eric.
Utior.
Utior.
Eric.
Yes.
Yeah. House Eric. Remember, it was a disgraced noble house.
Yes, I just remember the stuff about his brother. I didn't realize.
Essential. I need to know for
Yes.
reasons.
It's
Ah,
a
we
man
are-
being carried off by a bat.
I mean, imagine.
That was how he disgraced the house. He changed their sigil. It was
After what happened to his brother, he just felt it was a bit on the nose.
It's just the feet of the giant bat and the brother hanging. No, anyway. So moving on. So she does that and obviously names the exact number of noble houses and all their names and
This is very impressive. I'm hearing the name the Eric. We are in fact meeting this man. He seems an interesting fellow.
she kind of like shakes her head a bit and goes, "Oh, I wasn't aware there were any Erics left."
Why would you be saying this?
And she goes, "I thought you said that you were somewhat of a buff yourself. No, you seemed to have an eye for the nobility."
I'm knowing, but I am still quite new to the Evershides. In fact, I've not even been here a week yet.
Yes, I figured.
I,
She nods and goes, "I figured as much. I haven't seen you here before."
Ah,
I would
Mhm.
I would say that the nobility was more into him than he them.
Yeah, and she
I
turns.
dare would just smile.
She turns to you, Xarxes, and she goes, "How so?"
Well, being an Air Genasi has its perks.
Are
Kinda
you
like-
saying I'm only liked because of race? Are you pulling the race card?
She looks between the two of you, and she goes.
It's not even me that's doing this.
She looks between the two of you, and she goes, "I'm sorry, an Air Genasi."
I look toward Adair.
Dad, this is my people.
Oh, how lovely! Are they in some way well known?
They are used to being. Not many people have met Genesi now.
Is this one of the lost noble houses? And she kind of nods at you. I'm not familiar with House
Dad,
Is
Genasi.
she colorblind?
I mean, Adair's thinking this as well. Is like
That's why everything here is black and white.
oh god.
You didn't
Or
realise
is
the
it?
monochrome. But yeah. But the way you've described it, she thinks like Genasi is your house name. That's what she thinks based on the way the conversation's going.
There's kind of nodding, but also like I'm still a wee bit concerned as to what
Mm.
Zarxus just said.
Yeah.
But Adair's kind of glancing at Zarxus, but then glances back to her and goes, "Da, please, you were going to mention the family. Why we wouldn't be not meeting Eric? What is happened to him? His family?"
House Eric was she kind of looks for a word and then she goes, and she like picks like a bit of fluff off of one of the mannequins and then just goes, disbanded. She waves a hand in the air.
Disbanded. By whom?
By the Tonans.
Ah, the Tonains are disbanding the families.
Oh no, that one specifically.
Interesting. I was not aware of this. The man we meeting, the Eric, he did not mention.
Which Eric did you meet? Sorry.
Oh, the Utor Eric.
Oh. She just does that and then goes, well, no matter. If it's Eric fashion you're interested in, and she kind of nods and she like goes to walk over to the.
Oh yeah, please. In fact, the lady I meet, the lady Thiki. Did you mention their family?
I have this image of you pulling a post-it note out to read her name. Putting it back.
I mean, Adair might actually start doing that, you know.
Right, so you say the Lady Thaki, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the question? I never heard it. I was too busy laughing at the post-it note idea.
Fair enough. I am meeting the Thaki lady, but I'm not sure if I should be wearing something from their house or some other house. What do we have here? What is Optera?
She laughs and she goes, I can see why you brought a friend. And she kind of nods and laughs at Zarxus.
Zarxus laughs.
And she says, it would be very inappropriate to dress as the house you're courting.
Why is this? Is it not nice?
And she does this thing where she like waves vaguely in front of her as if gesturing to some table or book or something in front of her, and she says, well, you see, if you were courting another house, the assumption would be that you'd be combining the house under your house. And then she just starts like on this ramble about noble courting systems and how to amalgamate house power. And then she says, so you would dress as your house to present what you offer, for them to see that as an Sorry, I'm getting carried away. And she like puts like a hand on like her stomach and just gestures dismissively in front of her.
Well, then I believe if this is case, then we are needing to create something for my new house that I am making.
I see. And the theatre is tonight.
Is this going to be
Well, very
problem?
short notice.
And then she kind of like she has a thing where she puts like the back of her palm like folded again. It's like a mouth like this, and then just goes, How much are you looking to spend?
Well, I am believing for such important evening. What is a fair price?
She just looks very briefly, like her eyes dart to Zarxus and then back to you. There's no movement on her face at all when she does that, and then she says, I would be pushing you to the top of the line, so to speak. And she kind of like looks around the room and then goes, And you have no particular... And she looks around the room again. Particulars. And she waves her hands vaguely, as if gesturing that you don't really have a specific design in mind, so she's basically got free reign. I think's the gist she's trying to say.
And Adair would sort of pick up on this and nod, like,
A custom piece. Rush job for tonight. She kind of like pulls out a fancy little pocket watch, opens it up, looks at it, and goes, clicks it shut. Puts it back in her pocket, because this is a fantasy game and women can have pockets. And she
the biggest fantasy of all.
Actually, it's the 8 hours long rest thing is the biggest fantasy of all, to be fair. What is that? But she goes, this would be not cheap, as it were. This is not a house of ill coin.
Oh, I can tell. This is why I'm here.
It would be... Do you wish it in gold or platinum?
This would most likely be in the gold.
250 gold. She nods.
Hmm.
I can state, though, it would be a unique, eye-catching piece, however.
Could he by chance use one of the, let's say, more forgotten noble families?
And then she goes, again, if you're looking to court another house, it may be seen as dishonorable to wear a fallen house's style.
I am believing that I am going to go...
Before
with
you say that,
the-
right? Before you say that, she goes, I could incorporate elements of other houses that were maybe not as recognizable as an ensemble to create something more unique. Especially if you had, for example, and she like gestures to like the Optera house, the detailing at the ends of the cloak here, for example. And then she kind of like nods back at the group. And then you say, what are there?
Well, for the one using all the different houses, how much would you be charging for this?
Oh, the custom piece would be 250 gold all in. It's the time
Either way.
constraints ultimately. And she kind of nods
well,
and she says,
I believe I prefer the thought of the completely unique, something new for the Evershades and theatre. And I will make sure that everyone does see and knows I'm getting from you.
she kind of goes, I think they would know, but I very much appreciate that. And then she like, smirks raw pride, right? Just beaming from her. Clearly, the Mayal
This is her dream come true.
Yeah, this is literally like her fucking, what's that word
She's
you
been preparing her whole life for this.
Colin, what's the phrase I'm forgetting?
Her raison d'etre.
No, that's the one I was going to go for, but it's
Magnum
not that.
Curtis? Or Magnum...
Magnum Opus.
Yeah.
Magnum opus, her
Yeah.
great work.
Yeah, this is clearly this moment,
Magnum
right?
Carpus, yeah, that.
No, the Magna Carta. No, it's Magnum Opus. That was the term I was looking
Yes.
for. Raison d'etre is just the fact that she's doing this, right?
Or vocation.
Mhm.
Yeah. Magnum opus, great work.
Yeah, Magnum Opus. That was the term I was looking for. And so she says, "I will see as to what I can do." And she kind of
And
nods.
please, how long is this to be taking? When shall be ready by?
I believe the theatre is not until some hours' time. I will start work on this as soon as our business here is concluded. And she kind of like nods. I can have it delivered if need be. Where are you staying? Are you staying at the Tunen estate?
Not the Tunen estate, but I am believing that I might be best to come back to have fitting to make sure everything is all right before wearing to theatre.
She puts like a hand briefly on like, what can only be described as your pectoral. And then like very briefly just like puts a hand in and lifts it back off and just laughs to herself. I already have your measurements.
Oh, how many?
Well,
She like
I believe-
tilts her glasses a little bit, right? And she says, "It's a gift. I have an eye for these things."
can I quickly just double check? It's theatre then meal, or is it meal then theatre? I keep
So
getting
that's vague, right? That was like Thake was like, "Oh, so will we eat late? We'll eat late." So I think the plan was we're going to eat after the theatre. Weirdly,
Right.
so you're going to have like some kind of really bizarre, very hungry theatre, and then meal afterwards because you wanted to eat together. So yeah, I think that was your plan, was to have a snack beforehand in private, meet for the theatre, then have a meal afterwards for conversation.
Right. Cool. Was she organizing the meal, or am I still meant to do that?
Nobody spoke about that, so that's going to be what Chinese is open, or what Chippy is open.
I will use the remainder of my time to find somewhere and tell her I've booked a table if I can for after the theatre.
Sure. Do you want to just
Somewhere.
hand wave 10 gold to book the table, and then we'll just say whatever else it is another 10 gold, for example, for the meal. We'll just hand wave that now.
Yeah, I will take
The reason
20
it's
gold off.
The reason it's expensive is because, let's face it, everybody will be doing that after the theatre. If
Yeah,
this is
so
like
to
a
get a
group.
table just
Mhm.
now is better.
So yeah, we'll hand wave that away.
Okay, but
just
what
now.
are tables?
Yeah, well, I'll go ask Madame Emerald. So yeah. And it can just be like a generic fancy restaurant in the square or something, yeah. One that is open still.
Yep.
Cool.
That's perfect.
Before you leave Mayal's, she turns to you, Xarxus, and she goes, "Really? Nothing for you?"
No, no dates are for me on the horizon.
She goes, "Well, not dressed like this, of course, but if we had dressed you, and she gives you a cheeky smile, something in perhaps like a forest green, it would go very well with your complexion."
I've always found that blue goes well with me.
And she vaguely just like waves to him and goes, "Of course," immediately making the same joke you were.
There is one thing I would like to do before we leave.
Yeah.
When she was over at me saying she's already got my measurements and she was eyeing me
Yeah.
up, she was standing right in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Punch her in the
this is
stomach.
where-
No.
No. I would like to sleight a hand and steal that watch, the very fancy pocket watch.
Oof.
I'm sorry. It's Adair's thing. He likes fancy things.
I mean,
Wow.
This is an incredibly ill-advised choice.
so there'll be two rolls. There'll be the sleight of hand, and then there'll be the disadvantage stealth roll. Because you're right in front of her.
Okay, I mean, because I'm right in front of her, doesn't that make it easier? Because a pickpocket is better close up.
So I'm gonna say that, and then we'll see.
If you have a triumph, now is the time to do so.
I do have inspiration, yes.
Yeah, because I think he's got inspiration just from having that one good roll that one time that I gave him. So, but yeah, so that's how it would be. Because, yeah.
Okay. I am going to roll my sleight of hand, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I'm so nervous.
Please.
Are you sure you want to do this?
And then,
Wow.
okay, and now the disadvantage stealth.
And if I to use my inspiration, does that just make it a normal
It's a
roll?
normal roll, yeah, exactly.
So I've unticked that, and stealth.
Boom.
Oh my god.
So she needs to meet her beat at 26, right? On her roll.
Doesn't it just? I assumed crits.
Skill checks don't crit. That's a lie.
No.
You've been
Right,
lied to
right.
your entire life. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so much more fun.
No,
to
because
do.
then you could just say, "I'm going to use my acrobatics to cartwheel to the moon," and then
Fair,
somebody
you
goes,
can
"No."
also just not let them.
Well, that's you just shouldn't in some places. Some things you shouldn't allow to roll, and other things like
I'm
only
against
combat.
never letting anyone do anything. To
Yeah, me too. To be fair, that's why I run games full of choices. Right, let's see how the dice roll, never mind our modifier, goes. Yep. Well, I don't think she's going to notice.
Yay! I have a new watch for the.
Well, she
theatre.
doesn't have a plus 13 to wisdom, so even if it did seem that way.
Cool. I will add that to my inventory.
Yeah, just a fancy pocket watch.
Fancy pocket watch.
Or, sorry,
It's-
Mayal's
I want
pocket
to.
watch.
Can I roll a perception to see if I noticed?
Sure. No.
Yeah.
Despite
Sweet.
that.
How loud does it tick?
Probably quieter than how loud you tick, to be fair. That's not a flea joke, by the way, even though it was a very clever one. Flea bite does just tick.
Really?
It's not super
Do
loud
they?
though. It's really not super loud, but flea bite ticks. Yeah. Like
Question: Do they have the Viker family here?
the what family? Sorry.
The of the designs.
She named every noble house that's ever been in Evershed, including
Oh,
Von Rune.
okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I would take a
Mhm. The this woman has
visible
been
time
robbed.
at
Yeah.
the biker
Mhm,
one.
Yeah. So
And just
yes, perhaps something like this then. You know, if you're not going to the theatre or courting anyone, it wouldn't be an offence. She kind of like gives you a wink.
well, how much would it be?
What is the time frame you're looking for it in? We're somewhat booked up tonight. She kind of like half laughs.
Oh, if it was done by tomorrow, I would have no qualms.
You mean done tomorrow as opposed to by tomorrow? Again, this tonight's busy.
When could you have it done?
Don't make her look at her watch.
Time.
What time could you have it? Pocket watch was stolen. Done for.
Could
Subtle.
you have it done by 1/2 pocket watch stolen?
Not cool, guys.
How slight would your offhand need to be if you were stolen from? Yes. And she looks at you and goes, if I dedicated tomorrow to this particular task, I could have it done by tomorrow evening.
That should work.
And this is the style, and she like waves vaguely over the house.
Mm-hmm.
And are we going with forest green? Or are we going with a slightly bluer tone? And she like looks over your shoulder.
Let's go with forest green. I'll trust your judgment.
And she just she gives you like a kind of cheeky look, like you're about to get up to nonsense, you know, where she like tilts her head slightly forward and stares at you over her glasses, and then she says, "Excellent decision. This one, given the time constraints, I'd say is closer to, again, gold or platinum. How would you like to pay?"
Gold.
100 gold. This one would be.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Excellent. Would you like it delivered anywhere?
To Madame Emerald.
Ah, the Emerald Inn. And she kind of like
Yeah.
smiles because the forest green will go well. She looks very proud of herself.
But I feel like you would know where I was staying,
and she,
and you
goes,
made the joke just for this.
she laughs and she says, "No, unfortunately not. You are definitely new to me." But and she like takes a step back and looks you up and down and goes, "Perfect. Anything else?"
No,
And then,
I would.
Mhm.
I would say over her shoulder, please, my suit is also to be delivered to the Emerald Inn.
we're
As-
having a moment of day.
Oh, pardon. I will-
Yes, I can leave it with Madame Emerald, of course.
shall I go pay up front just now, or do you take the monies?
She laughs and goes, you can pay, and she like gestures behind you where there's a man standing. He's just been there like who knows how long. And he stands there like just like a silver kind of platter, if you will, holding out, and it's he goes, "But please finish your drinks first."
Thank you.
Yes, and she kind of like nods and kind of like excuses herself and like just goes through some heavy set velvet curtains. And the man just waits for clearly the money to be put on this tray and your cups when you're done with them.
Cool. Yeah,
When
I
you,
guess.
when you head out, then obviously put your money up front. I'm assuming you have all this money, Dylan.
And I do pay.
Good. And see, it's economy, right? You're getting money from Evershade, you're putting money back into Evershade, you know? Economics 101, apparently, the invasion of education about economy. Yeah, like...
What money?
What money? Fleabite handing more gold to people, realising that's how you get legal things. And as you leave, obviously...
Just handing gold to people
Yeah.
in crime?
These are crime tokens! Excellent! Anarchy currency! But yeah, like as you go to leave, those two attendants, the slightly younger ones, like just put your coats on you as you leave
Nice.
as well, and then you leave Meal's, which I guess I should maybe write down that that's a store now. Meal's.
Oh, did we get her name?
No.
Yeah, I just suddenly
For
realized.
some reason, I just assumed her name was me.
Meow, yeah.
To be fair, quite often you go into shopping, you don't have to put staff there.
I mean, that is true.
99%.
And it's one of those
I-
stores that don't have name badges because, you know,
Although shout out to the young guy in HMV who had a chat with the last time I actually bought something in there. He was nice.
that guy,
So,
this is for you.
Some of the young people are okay, Ryan.
Oh dear. I don't like that implication that I wasn't one of them. Cries in aged decay. So yeah, I will let you know that Meal's is one of the house names she said when going around the fashion.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Therein lies the massive clue that perhaps Meal is one of the noble houses. So
Fashion house.
with Michelle.
Just flashbacks.
This is why she is out of the home for most of the day, because he's just running around in the different outfits going woof, swinging from like curtains and stuff.
Setting off bombs.
Yeah. I see we've trashed the dining room this evening, honey. Wonderful. Oh dear. Michelle Gomez is in charge of that store. Fancy clothes. Fancy clothes. Right,
Michelle
okay.
Gomez. I think that's why I was like, yeah, we've got her name.
Yeah, right, it's Michelle Gomez.
Yeah.
Right, so, Banger, do you have something to get up to?
I did. I had a thought.
Right.
So, we know a certain place that we can go that we might be able to find some information about the estates, right?
Mm.
That is not the estate itself.
Mhm.
Where's the sort of place that would hold that sort of thing? Oh, a library run by a noble?
Yep.
That used to be a noble's house.
Yes. So, whether or not it'll get us anything actionable about the Tanan estate for tonight, hard to say. But something in the histories may indicate something. You know, some mention of a ballroom, you know, in an event or something like that. Some sort of indication that might perhaps suggest something. There's also the fact that, yeah, I can basically dig a bit into a related mystery while potentially. So it's what I see as an opportunity here to, you know, maybe get a bit of an in some of the situation with the noble houses, while also primarily looking for anything specifically relevant to the estate. Because what I was thinking is to avoid suspicion, basically going in and saying, you know, oh, I know, I was in previously asking about the Optera line and blah blah blah.
Don't tell
need
us.
everything.
Don't tell us. Just show us. Let's
know,
see it happen.
that sort of
Let's see it
idea.
play out.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So you've like, well, you've caught up with everybody for them to go right. We're gonna go shopping, and then they all go different ways. And you go,
I'll go to the library. Says nodding to no one.
and then yeah, you get to the library. Knock on the door. Just walk in. What's the plan?
I'll knock on the door.
And then
It seems very much like she sort of comes to the door a lot of the time.
yeah, people keep knocking on it, and then yeah, she heads to the, like after like 30 seconds or 40 seconds or whatever. Like there's the clack 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 of the heels on, or like marble floor, I guess it was, and she opens it, and she goes, "Well, come in." And then
Yes, thank you. I didn't know if it was polite to just wander in. Different customs everywhere.
Of course. No, if you're coming back and the door is open, you're allowed in, or I forgot to lock it. One of the two. Yes.
Fantastic.
And then she closes the door behind her. And then she goes, she like clacks away, and she says, "I will be with you in just a moment, unless you know your way around." Waves vaguely and slightly frantically, and then just heads off into the darkness. So,
Well, I'll wait.
and then like maybe like a good 15 minutes pass, right? 15-20 minutes, and then she's like lifting a bunch of books, and she like sits them down on the main desk, and then goes, apologies, and she like writes her outfit and adjusts her hair and whatnot. Says, did you find what you were looking for, or did you need assistance?
I think I'll need some assistance. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain what I'm looking for. I'm still following up on the stuff with the noble houses, and to be frank, I'd like to see everything you've got.
Okay. These two, and she gestures to like 2 out of maybe the, who knows, like 40 stacks that she's got. Like, and by stacks I just mean like massive shelving units.
Yeah. We call them bays usually.
Right, okay, yeah, bays, that's fine. They probably wouldn't, but these 2 stacks here, avoid those. Everything else. Noble houses.
Okay.
She kind of just like
That is a fair amount.
she smiles in the. She clearly knew you underestimated the task at hand. Look, and she goes, "Yes, it's quite a daunting prospect, isn't it? The histories and such of this. Hence my willingness to curate it, if you will."
Well, perhaps since the starting point is the Tenans themselves, I should start with the Tenans themselves.
Oh.
Let me guess, it's half the room.
She laughs and she goes, "No, quite the opposite, in fact. And those 2 shelves that she mentioned, or the 2 stacks, should I say, that she mentioned not to go to. She wants the first one. She goes, just that one, actually.
Oh.
Please don't disturb the other guest, if you will."
Oh no, of course.
Guest is maybe not the right word there, but you get what I mean.
Patron.
Patron, yes.
As someone who spent a long time in libraries.
Yes, I knew you would know the word, yes. Partaker
yeah.
in the looker of dead trees. Yes.
Patron, borrower.
Mhm.
Anyway, yeah. So I will.
How small are they? Anyway.
Mumble. Yeah, they're not like brownies. Mumble my thanks and sort of wander over to the appropriate bit.
Because if you require any assistance, please let me know.
Thank you, much appreciated.
And she goes, apologies, but people from Crust and Opal, and she like motions to the candle on her desk, as if she's not wanting to say much more other than indicate, do you need the candle?
Oh, I can see all right, I think. Which I should be able to, right?
Yeah.
Be dim light, so.
Yeah, you'll be able to make out things. You can read in, essentially what this place considers the dark.
Yeah. I can see well enough.
She nods and moves, like fusses over her books and puts them away. And yeah, like you just head deep into the catacombs of the.
I'm curious who
library.
the other visitor is.
Yeah.
The other patron.
Yeah. Does everybody want to take a guess? Or
is it Vinrune?
Can't think.
So you get all the way to the almost like the place where you go to like peruse the books, like the table area in the middle of the stacks. And there is a handful of books already on the table and a bunch of scrolls and stuff piled up, like a lot more scrolls than books. And then there is somebody standing there, fairly recognizable to everybody, including the audience at home. And like they're just like, I guess like using whatever the equivalent of their mage hand is to pull things off higher shelves. And then after like a couple of seconds, you just hear the slightly metallic voice ring out and say, "There is no need to be coy, Master Dwarf."
Oh yes. Hello. I had wondered who else might be about.
And
Seems-
Von Rune clutches the book and turns round, looks at you and does like a very slight nod, as if to acknowledge you officially, and then sits the the book on the table with the pile and goes, "I would note that I seem to have done half of your work for you."
Yeah, I'll sort of glance at the table
And yeah, this is clearly like the Twinan pile.
yeah. So I see.
I overheard your conversation at the reception. He just leaves that hanging. And that was like a good walk away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
That's quite impressive.
And he just motions vaguely to like the open air that goes up into the darkness, and he goes, "The acoustics are rather helpful."
Breaks out into song.
Well, bravo.
Trashes the library, rides, stacks into other stacks as they all collapse majestically as a musical number, and then it just ends with her being like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But in reality, in this fake reality, he then motions at the pile vaguely, and he says, "If it is not in my hands, it is for perusal."
Ah, that's much appreciated. Thank you.
What exactly is it that you are looking into, if you don't mind my question, Master Dwarf?
Well,
That's a lower crust accent, if I'm not mistaken.
correct.
It's...
Well, you've encountered before some of my colleagues, I suppose I'd call them. The Genasi, the strange creature. Not the Genasi, that is. The rat.
He kind of
I
does like
understand
he
it.
almost does like a kind of laugh, like a kind of ha, as he turns his
I
head to the side and he
understand.
goes, "You mean my new ward?" It seems.
Yes, I understand from our previous meeting that you were familiar with them. I've only fairly recently come to know them, but we've been given something of a job here in the meantime, which we
Yes.
figured might
Most
help us.
distracting, I see.
Yeah, well, I understand the logic of it. Finding Barris is no, it's not child's play, or everyone would have done it already. So we figured the help of the noble house could only help. That's a little redundant. Anyway,
He laughs again, that kind of ha, very brief, acknowledgement that there was something funny to laugh at.
the Tenans asked us to recover gift. We had suspected we may have found it. In fact,
Is this how you
it's
found
a-
your way to this off the beaten path cave?
yes. Did you happen to notice there was a large box? That key.
And there's just the stare of the steely mask, right? And the white glow of the eyes of the mask. And he takes a moment, and then his hand goes up to his face, and then you hear the click, and he lifts the mask off, and he sits it down, and it is just his bearded face and his white glowing eyes. And he says, "Unfortunately, I wasn't there to catalogue the cave's inventory."
Oh, understand. And your assistance was very much appreciated.
He waves a hand dismissively immediately, right? "I did not do it for praise."
Ah, nonetheless, the being that we encountered there, he looked to be a gnome or something, but he
Yes, an
wasn't.
unfortunate side effect of some complications in the Optera birth.
Yes, that's what he told us he was.
7 stacks that way, and he just points vaguely.
Oh, I think that particular stack might have to wait another day.
And he motions to the pile in front and goes, "Quite."
But you're certain he was Optera?
And he puts his hood down over the back of his kind of cloak, if you will, and then he says, "I believe I said nothing to the sort. It was your implications that led to his lineage."
Oh, okay.
And he blinks again, obviously his white glowing eyes remaining. And he looks down and he goes, "I think you'll find your readings here quite illuminating," he says, in the dark, with white glowing eyes staring at you in the dark.
Yes.
But you did not quite answer my question.
Oh, well, yes, what we're looking for. Really, what I'm looking for at the moment is to try and narrow down the suspect list.
Do you believe the Tonans to be suspect in their own misfortune?
Unlikely. Although, if Noble House is here or anything like among my people, there's always the possibility. But
He chuckles again, right? That kind of just dismissive laugh of, "Huh." He understands what the implications of that mean.
Yeah. It strikes me that whoever the culprit is of this theft is most likely to be one of the other noble families. Now, the one that we suspect may be tied to it apparently no longer exists. So, here I am, looking through the history of the Tans to try and find out precisely who else I should be looking
And he stands up and he says, I wish you luck in that task, but that is a task I cannot be part of. And he motions to the pile of books and scrolls and stuff, and he says, the family tree is of particular curiosity. And he just walks past you. And then he puts his hand out behind him and the mask flies off the table back to his hand with a clank. And that's where it ends.
Yeah, there you go.
Rolled. We were too slow. The invasion won.
So,
It's all over now, kids.
yeah, just like, you know,
Our free trials over.
yeah, that's it. It's now just the ending's paid DLC. Yeah, that's how it goes. If you want the epilogue, character arc stories as well, like the loyalty missions as well, those are all paid for. So yeah, what would you like to call this one?
Shopping.
No.
Um,
I can't type with that much enthusiasm the word shopping. That's fine.
taking time.
Okay.
Ooh.
Just type in your options. We'll do the same system we use every week. And we'll see what we've got. Yeah. Taking time is pretty solid though, to be fair.
I think that's my favourite so far. I see that Fleabite's doing something, so I'm like,
Which is precisely the opposite of what he wants. Oh dear. What about yourself? I see people are typing.
I'm just voting for that.
That will be easy if she's at the theatre.
Well, it looks better on me.
Oof, that was forward though, isn't it? Like, that's what all the fans ship, at least, you know.
Blue Humber.
There's a really good Lady Gaga, but it goes by Stefani Germanotti, song called Red and Blue that she did. It's really good. It's I'm red and you're blue. It's good. It's very good. I highly recommend you listen to it. It's before the big Lady Gaga boom happened. When nobody cared who she was, quite frankly. Right, well I think there's a winner there, taking time.
On you.
Yeah.
I think I've discussed my opinions on the. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Like, she needed a cookie look. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's stunning.
Yeah, she did
What the
not.
fuck?
She did not need any like fanciful look in any way at all.
Although she has fantastic fashion, though. To be clear.
Did you just get? Let me just see. That's fine. Good. We're fine. It's the same. I'm always like one line behind in this particular tracker for some reason. I don't know why that is. Right. So, in terms of goals, anything happen?
No.
I guess we just say no.
Okay.
No.
Arguably, you're still doing well in the Keep Cantor War and Alive during the Sister Heist arc.
Fleabite's making good progress.
Yeah. As I said, I feel like a lot of the things we did in the second half could have been such a better use in the first half of the game. But hey-ho, we needed plans, right? So that's how it goes. Yeah, I don't think we're any further forward with any of those goals. Are any of the goals changing?
Not the general goals.
Are we sure about that as a team? I'm not saying
No.
that to imply they should. Merely asking if that is a thing everybody agrees with. Colin, do you agree that the general goals are staying?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be alright to say, instead of rescue Sarah if she wants, find out if Sarah wants rescuing?
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Rescue her regardless.
Well, like, I mean, with those words, if she doesn't want to be saved, then we failed that goal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was the implications were stated to me, so I understand what the goal
Rescue,
represents.
but what about rescue her or
Because
find out?
do you mean
No,
though
that's
rescue
just
her
one.
against her will? Is that like what you're trying to imply as a goal?
Oh, no.
Okay, so then in that case you can leave that because the
Okay, as long as the implication's there, yeah.
yeah, because the argument could be you're rescuing her from her brother,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
right?
Fair enough.
So by leaving her, that is, or by dressing him up as her and leaving him.
Or me as her.
Yeah, there's so many options.
Unknown.
So, Dylan and or Alexander, any changes to the general goals that you think of?
No, I think we're sort of on the way to them in
Yeah.
our classic time frame.
No, I agree.
Okay, and personal goals, any of those getting altered?
I think I should change mine because I think we've established that maybe Lady Thiki is not the best person to ask to help.
No, and you might get your 250 gold out of it dirty. If you then...
Exactly. Can't do that. That's 250 gold. My problem is I've no idea what to put in its place.
Any suggestions, folks? What can his personal goal be? Keep it
Because I don't want to
TOS
say,
appropriate.
yeah, I don't want it to be like, oh, have a successful date at the theatre and meal, because that's
And we know your
not-
dice luck, so you don't want to have that as a goal.
exactly food poisoning all around.
Date.
No. There'll be a chart for that in somebody's system that they should have been. But anyway, what's the like? So you're gonna go to the theater, and then you're gonna like go for a meal. That's been established.
Yes,
I think this
and
is
I'm looking
it's almost
fancy.
it's almost ran you 300 gold to this state.
Yeah, all good things are worth it.
Yeah, sure. And
What?
that's fine.
That's not a say.
What's your plan for when we leave this week?
Sorry, let's deal with the heist plan for it. Let's not complicate things by implying that I'm leaving the city. Sorry, continue that thought. What was your plan? Because remember, as far as I'm aware, you aren't leaving Evershade. You're just sending Canty and Sarah away. You aren't
Making
actually
sure
leaving.
they escape, but I'm not there for that. So that's
Giving up on this invasion?
Like, arguably though, right? I'm just going to point this out as a potential suggestion. You do probably want to go to that cave at some point, and that is a bit out of town. So if you were going to smuggle 2 people out of town, stuck to the bottom of a cart, yeah, it's not the worst, right? It's not the worst. Because if you say, oh yeah, we're in business for Lord Ternan, blah blah blah, we left the other day, you may have saw us come back in an airship, you know, we're very well connected. You know, breathes on nails and rubs them against fancy clothes, and then the guards don't care at that point, and you just go back to the cave. And then, technically, assuming it's not occupied, they have a house, right? A local house to hide out in while they plan for their next leg of the journey. Said cave, that is, obviously. With its 30 books of reading material.
that might not be there.
I mean, if Von Rune stole them, yeah, just took them for his shelf in his airship, yeah.
He likes books.
I mean, he definitely seemed to compile a list of stuff for Vanguard to read through, yeah. He definitely did. But yeah, so beyond that, what would you like to achieve in that particular goal setting? Because let's face it, it's just you going to the theatre and having a nice time and staying out of trouble.
I mean, I guess the best thing would be to say is stay out of trouble, but
No,
I feel that's
It's
not a goal.
Yeah, it's not, it's
Yeah.
definitely, your feelings were on the money, it's not a goal.
Yeah.
Have a think about, right? Just hit me up by the weekend, right? Or like, you know, no later than Monday, I'm saying, so I can have time to actually work out on the goal.
Go.
And we can obviously do that, but feel free to shelf that for now, so you know it's in need of work.
Yes. Well,
Obviously.
are you cool to just leave it blank?
Yeah, if you don't want to pursue it at all, yeah, yep, perfect.
Yeah.
That's fine. Anybody else's personals getting changed? Dylan?
No.
Nope, still happy? Yep. Fleabite, obviously I assume you're still proceeding
Getting there, so close.
Yeah, it was good. As I said, if we had a bit more time at the end before I had to split everything up, yeah, I'd probably got yours sorted. Vanger, you're still on the giant bats front, or do you want to change yours? Oh, you Ted.
Sorry, I am
Okay.
muted. Yeah.
You can shuffle
I
it if need be.
suppose the giant bat stuff maybe can take a slight backseat, although it is relevant.
Mhm.
But what do I replace it with?
Well, you're sat in front of a pile of books about Twinan.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, what would a
discover the
workable
mystery
that be?
about the family tree that was implied by Von Rune.
Surely that is almost an autocomplete.
No, because you could look at it and not see it.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put this in the ideas,
Mhm.
and
Nope,
wait,
you've
that's not what I meant to do.
yeah, you copy, you don't cut.
First.
Yep.
And have something like not quite sure I want to go for that exactly, because I think there might be, it's not necessarily all contained in that. Like maybe
Yeah, you get what I mean. I was just giving you a
I might
prompt.
get more from the books and that, depending on roles and what have you.
Mhm.
So uncover
Unvonker,
uh,
Unvanger,
Tunan
mystery.
mystery in library.
It's like it became a Cluedo, isn't it?
Yeah. With the fork in the oven.
I did the extra each for you. So, if that is all of the goals chat in, which is good. No XP, that's fine. Lots of amazing shopping adventures.
Woo!
Yeah. Let's do a wrap up chat and let's start with a Fleabite.
Yeah. That. Yeah. Shopping can be fun.
I enjoy. I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of fun to do that entire scene. Yeah.
I realized that there was like a bunch of other things that I meant to get from just a general alchemist. So I need to find some way of going back in with a mustache.
No, I mean like if it's all within the 6 gold variety cost limit, yeah, you can just have it. You can just say it was on the list, right? There's no need to awkwardly get anything else. That list was vague and not specific, so. But if it's obviously specialized things that aren't legal as such, then
No, I was looking mainly. It was just more just generalized equipment and.
if it is, as I said, if it's something the alchemy shop would sell and it is within the 6 gold, you don't need to go back in. You don't need to go back in. We can just hand wave that
Maybe.
if need be, but it's up to you.
But it was fun doing that, and then perhaps even maybe doing some more illicit purchases.
Mm.
And I was just like looking at my gold and like,
I understand why you wanted the disguise now.
yeah. And I figured it was good just to make sure that there was enough gold in the guy's pocket, completely unrelated to keep people sweet.
Yeah, definitely.
Although I was tempted to add like a carrot and a stick.
Mhm.
I was like, I think
2 on the
just-
nose.
just leave that one.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we've got Summer with a plan. sort
Yeah,
of.
right. There's at least an outline of a plan.
And I mean, I really love seeing some of the differences between like Fleabite and Adair in that in certain things Fleabite's just like quite tight-lipped about not mentioning certain angles and names and references. Adair just walks in. Oh yeah, I'm going out with Lydia Takei, just to everyone. I'm just saying like, oh,
It's
yeah.
good for his alibi, though.
Yeah, that's the whole reason.
As you go in and sling and going,
Yeah, that's
no,
the reason.
no questions, no questions, yes. More money, no questions, yes. And just keep. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody's going to mistake you and Adair. That's for definite.
And as soon as there's someone else in the library, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
glad assumptions were correct there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're getting close. I wouldn't bet on us even getting to the estate next time, but maybe the time after.
Yeah, this is definitely not a game for a high octane action. Yeah.
Next session, I might cast my very first spell.
Wow.
Ooh.
It'd be
Wow.
exciting.
Is it Skywrite?
Skywrite. It's gonna be major image that looks like Skywrite.
Oh dear. It's so
Also,
good.
just, Adair is his he's part sorcerer, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows that though. It's just because every time he's went to cast a spell, it's not worked. So.
Hey, I was rolling well tonight.
You did really well in the shopping
Yeah.
adventure. I'm not having a go at you. It was a really good scene. It was actually really good, and you didn't even flinch at the money, but you did steal her watch. So there's questions that are going to be asked. But
Honestly, I think
also, see if you only do rogue things. Have you noticed you're really good at them?
Yeah, I am picking that up.
But if
yeah.
you do sorcerer things, you're terrible at them. Have you noticed
Terrible.
this? Yeah, this
It's
is
'cause it's a
a wild
genetic
magic.
thing.
It's a wild
yeah.
magic sorcerer thing. Yep, it hates you. Yep, it doesn't want to be there.
It's 'cause I don't know what it
sorry,
is yet.
continue. Sorry, Fleabite. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, yeah, lots of fun, and look forward to next time. But more prep next time. I think we need more prep.
Yeah, at least a half session of prep. Yeah, plan stage 3. Oh dear. Xarxus.
Well, the shopping was fun.
Mm.
I've been wanting to make flirty jokes at the Blue Man for a while now. Finally got an excuse.
At least it's in keeping with the tone.
The first time we met, I really wanted to make a joke about, like, hey, you want to make some purple?
Oh dear.
But
it
it didn't come up. But yeah, it was fun.
Mhm.
Well, I'm glad we finally have a plan in place. That seems like a decent one.
It's the best plan you've got.
For sure.
I agree.
I would
Mhm.
say it's the plan that we've got.
Yeah. Well, no, there was another one that was just Canty's plan. Before he talked to you guys. The terrible plan. You know, where he just storms the place
that wasn't
himself.
fun. That was just like a clause. That wasn't even a full sentence. Go in.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the Lancelot plan. Uh-huh. Yeah, it was also nice to see that you were like, no, nothing for me, and then you spent a lot of money on a suit.
I did.
It's good. It's very good.
I thought it was worth it.
It was a nice scene. I enjoyed that.
Mhm.
I feel like never have I wanted Michelle Gomez as a seamstress character to have been involved in this game more than ever now, because she was a lot of fun.
I expect a guest star from her on the next.
She's just the vendor that turns up in every town. Here's your new delivery of your fancy items. Yeah.
I just want Michelle Gomez and Flashheart
Yes.
to be a couple.
Yes.
Just in general, and ideally in a TV show, please. So good, so good. But then the thing is, she'd be crazier than him.
Probably.
Not.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like you think he's the mental one, and then
Yeah. Just a shame, obviously, that's unlikely to ever happen in the point of the necromancy requirements. But I mean, Tarkin made it back, so
Yeah. I mean, deepfake's getting better.
yeah. But I don't know if I could handle a deepfake Rick Mail.
Yeah.
It was already hard enough to keep track of visually. Anyway, sorry. Anything else, Xarxus?
Oh, right.
Good. Vanguard. Hello.
Anyway, yes. Hi. That was fun. I like the little cliffhanger there. I like the what is the mystery? Well, maybe we'll find it next time. Rolls depending. Yeah, it was always good when everyone gets something to do. We had our own little shopping adventures. We had our planning time, and we've sort of figured out our roles, so we're kind of set for what comes up next, and yeah, fun. Some very, very fun moments. Some very funny moments, more to the point. I thoroughly enjoyed the interactions with the various shopkeepers.
Mhm.
I particularly have to say, like the reaction of like the heavy chap in the magic-y potion-y bullshit shop
Yeah. Mhm.
was quite comical, as was Fleabite himself, just repeating his
Like he's
phrase.
he obviously planned the phrase,
I
right?
wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just careful. He's thought that out.
It's like when you go to like any kind of coffee shop and you plan the order in advance many times, just to say
Yeah.
to them.
So that was good. That was good. And the fact that he then had the fucking gall to ask, like, now that you've given me my murder supplies, do you have any breaking and entry? Which just really tickled me.
It's like an alibi of a different kind.
It's a negative alibi. Yeah, I believe witness is the word. we typically use. So yeah, like that was fun. The chaps at the seamstress, presumably meows.
Mhm.
The little interactions here, the appalling decision to steal the very nice woman's watch. I mean,
Yeah. Oof.
she was nothing but accommodating and completely colorblind. I mean, not literally. She did seem to notice the colors, but it's, didn't like go. Oh my! I've never seen someone blue before.
Mhm.
She's like, hello. Oh, a Genasi. Yes. Is that a big family? Is I just really liked that. She wasn't remotely taken aback by like she probably knew what the tiefling is because tiefling they're not just red, they're also
I think it was more a case of it was maybe
Arg.
just polite not to mention the clearly underdeveloped horned blue tiefling alongside its clearly red
don't
brother.
mention the horns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like John Cheese shops.
She's one of the few people that didn't just know what a genasi was in sight though, which is interesting. Yeah.
Well, her interest's not history,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Unless it's history of, as you put it, a sartorial.
Mhm.
Then. Yeah, so that was all good fun. The two of them sort of playing off her, and I got a little bit with Von Rune
Mhm.
at the end.
And Thacky. That's not
And
undercut
Thacky,
Thacky's
that's
little
true.
performance.
Less with Thacky, but
Mhm.
on Thacky also. Vanger's, I've said this before, Vanger's great to play because he's just pretty nice. He just chats with people.
Mhm.
He doesn't feel the need to insult anyone or be weird and edgy.
I think you can tell that from the way Von Rune just sat down, took his mask off, put his hood down, just chatted, and he was like, I'm done. I'm leaving.
He's just a nice, if slightly stale priest. So that was nice. Yeah, like it's also a human moment for one of the NPCs that is a bit larger than life, which is always fun to see. Like the bit where after Spider-Man has to hold his own against the Hulk for 5 minutes because Banner's been enraged by anger pills or something, and then he goes and has a hot dog and makes a mess of his suit, and you're reminded that despite the fact that this guy is terrifyingly powerful, he's also just a fucking idiot. Just a guy who fucks up constantly. And it's like that little thing where you get like he is ultimately a guy. Right? Whatever else he is, he's a guy. And I think that's quite fun. Having those humanoid
moments, yes.
Humanoid moments, humanizing moments for some of your, as I say, cast that sometimes seem more than human. I'm a huge Buffy fan. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. One of the things I really like about that franchise is it humanizes just about everyone. And I just think that gives you a sense of them as being real people.
Yeah, like there's a tangibility to it. Like you can actually almost there's
they're not
aspects
just
you
like a
can relate.
relationship bar, right?
Or like a cardboard
yeah.
cutout in the background, yeah, filling the scene.
I like that kind of. So that was up my alley, and I look forward to the unfolding events. Potentially next time.
Yeah, potentially next time. That's hopeful. Dear.
Yes. So yeah, tonight was fun. I really enjoyed that. I got a new watch.
Man,
I'm just amazed that I roll really well when it's roguey stuff. but when it comes to like a battle, I'm terrible.
Mhm,
So
mhm, mhm.
clearly, I should just stick to cities.
You're just that
and-
thing that runs around battlefields that people shoot to get loot piles from.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to watch.
Yeah. Oh look, coins. Yeah.
Ah, goblin.
I can't believe you stole. I cannot believe you stole her fucking watch. What, you're an inhuman monster.
Just disgusting.
It's my guy's thing. It's like it's
It's
fancy
what
guy.
my character
He's an
would
asshole.
do.
Yeah, it's what he does. He doesn't really care about being a rogue, as in just like, oh, I'm being roguey. He just likes shiny things. He's a
Mhm.
bird that the
Mhm,
minute he caught that watch, he's like, having it.
mhm.
I mean, he doesn't care about anything. He's just got that sort of bird syndrome of it's shiny, I want it. Like everything he owns, he stole in a way. Like his jacket used to be an emperor's, but of course he nicked it from a museum just because he likes it. So yeah, the minute I saw that, like you described the pocket watch, I was just like, damn
Yep,
it. That's
yep.
what he would do.
I just love
Uh,
how well you rolled. It was so good.
I can't
I was expecting a very awkward situation.
hmm
I love how I used my inspiration to get rid of the disadvantage.
Mhm.
Thank God I did. Because if I'd left that just to chance, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have worked. But
Yeah,
no.
it was worth it. Yeah, it was worth it, definitely.
But no, that was good. We definitely have a plan now. I like how Adair has to just be Adair at a theatre.
Yeah, Adair elsewhere.
But yeah, that's kind of good game as always.
Good. I'm glad you all had fun. It's been. I always love putting kind of heist situations in games occasionally just to see what players do because they're always so vastly different depending on the group makeups and obviously implications of danger and threat implied. But they're never the same. They never go the same way. Nobody like there's no like here is exactly how to plan a great heist, even though there probably is something like if you look at the how to build a heist movie. You could probably easily follow similar steps to achieve it. But it's always fun to see how long it takes people to go, okay, so we'll spend 4 hours planning, and then in the last 5 minutes, scrap the 4 hours of plans and just wing it. And that's it's great. I love it when that happens. It's really quite fun. So I'm really waiting until you decide to wing it. Excited. Or when a random NPC wishes for the theatre to also have been in the Tanana state. If that could happen. Does anybody have that much triumph yet? That'd be great.
How much?
I have a lot of triumph, but not that much.
You only need 1 million, right? It's doable.
I have 71.4k.
So
Damn.
like you're getting there. But it's yeah, I want to make people work for the wish, you know. Anyway, that was really fun. It was fucking nonsense. I liked I got the word Sartorli in there. That was good. And goodbye, everybody. See you everybody next time. Bye.
And with that,